Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
This is Wanji's Black Technology Chat Group. I actually became the group owner of Wanji's Black Technology Chat Group. The members in it actually include Jarvis Peter Parker, Queen Redand even Dabas. Chuya looked at the virtual screen that appeared in front of him. Shocked 3 days ago, he traveled to a parallel world and became the boss of a game company that was about to go bankrupt. This game company is very interesting. It's called Zuntang. On the other hand, the games in this world are very low. There is no Tencent, there is no Shanda. And the game industry is completely in the stage of savage growth. There is no King's Glorino Jedi survival. This is simply a hot spot for games, but unfortunately, Chuya only knows the awesome games in his previous life. But he doesn't know how to develop them. Even the Zunteng game company in his hands is about to go bankrupt. And there is no startup capital for promotion. There is only one gun battle mobile game with terrible picture quality and no money for marketing. It can be said that it is a desperate group. But at this moment, the Wanji Black Technology Chat Group has undoubtedly opened the door to heaven. In the chat group window on the screen, the messages are still scrolling continuously. Red Queen, this so-called chat group, can actually bypass the company's security system and successfully connect to me. This kind of hacking technology is beyond the world, right? Jarvis, bypassing your security system is technology that overrides the world. You are too proud. Jarvis, bypassing my security system and communicating directly with me is the most incredible thing. This technology must be ahead of the Earth for at least an era. It should be an alien black technology, Red Queen. Peter Parker, although I don't know what you're talking about. I think the group leader should be a big guy. Dabi made a naive smile. It's like you're really characters from the movie world. Although Chuya still couldn't believe it. His eyes fell on a button at the bottom of the chat window, and a line of text appeared next to it. Remote memory sharing. Members of the Wanji Black Technology Chat Group can upload a piece of their own memory to the group file, and other group members can read it. It sounds like it's amazing. Anyway, you won't get pregnant if you try, with that in mind. Chuya chose the button at the bottom of the chat window. Please select the memory fragment you want to upload. Chuya hesitated for a while. Which memory should I upload? The memory of me marrying by Fume. No, this is just the future, not a memory. Chuya complained to himself, and continued to look at the chat window that was still scrolling. Suddenly his heart moved. What would happen if you shared with them the plots in the movies of the members of the chat group in your mind? Just when this thought appeared in his mind, a small window also popped up on the virtual screen. Are you uploading the memories of Resident Evil movies, Supermarines movies, Iron Man movies, and Spider-Man movies to the group file? Can you really read my memories? Try uploading a memory first and see what happens. Chuya was surprised for a while, and then chose to upload the Iron Man movie memory. At this moment, the window of the entire chat group vibrated for a while, and then a text prompted by the system appeared in the window. Group owner Chuya uploaded a memory, please click to view. Jarvis upload memory, is the group owner also an AI? After Xavies spoke, the group was quiet for a while, and then people spoke one after another. Red Queen, at Xavius, you'd better click to see this memory. Well acted. Peter Parker, I started to believe that this is a black technology from aliens. I was immersed in a movie-like memory just now. It was so realistic. Dabi made another cute expression. After a few minutes, Jarvis, what's going on here? Live-action movie, just a little ridiculous. Chuya hesitated for a moment and typed a text in the chat group. Chuya, the memory just now to you is actually the future. Chuya, you must have noticed that the technical level of this chat group has far exceeded the technical level of the world where you. The ill of Chuya, even at Red Queen at Jarvis. You are beyond the era of top AI. Can't analyze this level of technology, right? The group was silent for a while. Peter Parker, boss. Can you explain it in a simpler way? And I'm not an AI. Dabi, to be precise, I am not an I but a robot with AI, you Japanese letter tilde Y. Jarvis, I see. Just now I searched the global network to find a hypothesis that can explain this situation. The multiverse theory, members of the group. All come from different universes. Red Queen, someone in my world, has also put forward this hypothesis. According to the group owner at Jarvis, you should be a movie character in the group owner's world. Jarvis, based on the current data calculations. This statement is the biggest possibility. But listening to the group later say this, you are probably also characters in movies and novels. Peter Parker, why I can't understand. Red Queen, unfortunately according to my algorithm. I also came to the same conclusion, Red Queen, so at Chuyi. The group owner. Can you send me the memory of the movie or novel I am in? Chuya's heart moved, and he was about to continue typing when another small window popped up on the screen. It was in the form of a red envelope, with a split word written on the seal. You got a red envelope from Jarvisto, you want to open it now. This group also has the function of sending red envelopes. Chuyi hesitated for a moment and clicked the split word. Suddenly the red envelope window changed, and a line of prompts appeared on the screen. Get Hacking Skills Technology Card *1, the first update. This is a very niche subject. Whether it can be written or not depends on the strength of the big guys. Ding! Open the red envelope given by Jarvis and get a hacking skill card *1. From the red envelope on that screen, a small card appeared with a line of prompts next to it. Use the hacking skills tech card now. Chuyin narrowed his eyes. Could this be a memory card with some so-called hacking technical materials, such as the textbook Java from Getting Started to Giving Up sold by Jin Jin? Jarvis shouldn't be so low after all. He is Iron Man's intelligent system. Chuyi thought about it, and finally clicked to confirm the use in an instant. Chuyi was in a trance, and a lot of memories flooded into his mind like a tide. When Chuyi came back to his senses again, the whole person felt different, and suddenly there was a lot of hacking skills in his mind. It's really useful, Chuyi sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling only a burst of surprise. His identity in this world is more like the boss of a small company in the game industry, and he knows a little about programming codes. But at this time, he felt that his poor code knowledge was completely crushed by the hacking knowledge in his brain at the moment. The two are completely incomparable. I'm afraid the hacking technology provided by top AI like Jarvis has surpassed the technology in the world I live in. Right, Chuyi was pleasantly surprised, and looked back at the chat group on the virtual screen in front of him, only to find that the group was lively again. Peter Parker at Jarvis, you can still give out red envelopes. What the hell is this? Jarvis, according to the etiquette of human society. This is a very normal behavior, Red Queen, you are an A. What are the etiquette of human society? Jarvis, from the memory shared with me by the group owner. I have learned some future developments, which are very important to me, and I will remind Stark of this immediately. Jarvis, so I researched the function of the red envelope, which is a thank you for the reminder from the group owner. Peter Parker got it. You just want to make a deal with the group owner PY. Red Queen at Peter Parker, don't interrupt. Don't you understand now, red envelopes are small things. At Chuyi, can the group owner post a story about me? Chuyi hesitated for a moment, and was about to continue typing when he saw a small window pop up again. You got a red envelope from the Red Queens. Do you want to open it now? Confirms, dinged. Open the red envelope issued after the red. Get wireless charging technology *1 in Chuyi's mind. There is a vast information flow again, which is about all aspects of wireless charging technology, from specific technical principles to practical applications. It is clearly mentioned, it's amazing. This is the real wireless charging technology, and it simply crushes the half-baked technology of the previous life. Chuyi was completely stunned by this flow of information in his mind. Before he crossed, a wireless charging technology has indeed been developed in the world, but it has great limitations. In addition to the fact that the smartphone itself must support this technology. The phone needs to be placed on the wireless charger. This kind of half-baked technology just replaces the traditional charging line with a charging platform, which is not much convenient at all, even. There are some more troublesome places than traditional wired charging. Wired charging you can also hold and play while charging. And if you have a power bank, you can use it on the go. And this so-called wireless charging has a large charger. Do you want to play with the charger in contrast? The wireless charging technology in the red envelopes of the Red Queen is the kind of technology that people dream of. Chu Yi browsed the information in his mind and was a little excited. This wireless charging technology can be completely charged at a certain distance. And there is no need to contact the charger at all. Moreover, the finished charger designed according to this technology is also quite portable. About the size of an ordinary mobile phone at the same time. As long as it is a mobile phone with Bluetooth transmission function, it can be wirelessly charged. Chu Yi couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. As expected of the AI of the Umbrella Company in Resident Evil. Like the hacking technology that Jarvis sent me. It is a technology that surpasses this era. Chu Yi is also the owner of a small company. Although the scale is not large, he still has a certain keen sense of smell in the market. He knew very well what it meant for such a technology that was ahead of its time. This wireless charging technology is enough to subvert the entire smartphone industry. As long as it is promoted, it won't take long for mobile phones around the world to use our charging technology. Chu Yi took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and cast his eyes on the chat group window in front of him again. Updated ask for collection, ask for collection. Ed Queen at Chu Yi, are you still there? Ask for a memory. Dabi, actually. I also want to know what will happen in my future. Peter Parker, it turns out that you are all this kind of people. And you are all asking for a wave of PY from the group owner. Red Queen at Peter Parker, we are all AI except you know. We don't have this feature. Jarvis at Peter Parker. Just keep talking, I don't believe it. You don't want to know your destiny at this point. The chat group window vibrated, and the system prompt appeared again. Group owner Chu Yi uploaded a memory, please click to view. The chat group window was silent for a moment. Red Queen, it turns out that someone will sneak into the Umbrella Company to steal the T-virus, and then deliberately let the virus leak. But since I already know this, I will naturally not let them succeed. Peter Parker, listen to what you mean. The time you are currently in is still the same as before the plot happened. Jarvis, I didn't expect that as the top AI in your respective world. You are actually the image of a girl. Dabi, I also want to experience what it feels like to know my future. Peter Parker, I just want to know if I'm also just a character in a movie. A novel, if so is it like a puppet. My life being manipulated by a writer and screenwriter from another world. The Red Queen, a carbon-based life looking for trouble. Jarvis, carbon-based life asking for trouble +1. Dabi, I don't know what to say, so I'll keep my formation. Dabi, carbon-based life asking for trouble +2. These AIs are quite quick to accept the existence of this Wanji chat group. But Spider-Man Peter Parker is still a little unacceptable. With that in mind, Chu Yi typed a line. Chu Yi, the plots of these movie memories are just one of the possibilities in the future. If you know the plots, you can find more possibilities and jump out of the original restrictions. Chu Yi, I will upload your memories. As for whether to watch or not, you can decide for yourself. Leaving such a sentence, Chu Yi turned on the remote memory sharing function and uploaded his own movie memory clips. Group owner Chu Yi uploaded a memory, please click to view. Group owner Chu Yi uploaded a memory, please click to view. This time, Chu Yi uploaded the memories of the Supermarines movie and the Spider-Man movie to the chat group. After a while, the chat group became noisy again. Red Queen at Chinese letter EVERYONE is AI. Only you make a living by selling cuteness, Jarvis, at Chinese letter. Everyone is a Ionly, you make a living by selling cuteness. Peter Parker, so your AI also has a repeater mode. Dabi, are you praising me? Thanks, Omega, Red Queen. Jarvis of Peter Parker, by the way. Didn't the group owner also upload my movie plot memory? Why don't you guys talk about my movie? Peter Parker, looking at myself from another perspective. I'm so handsome, I'm a fan of myself. Red Queen, being bitten by a spider can give you superpowers. According to my calculations, this is less likely than dying from an allergic reaction caused by being bitten by a spider. Jarvis +1, this is really not scientific. Chuya, wake up. You are all characters from sci-fi movies. So you are not scientific, Dabi. Speaking of which, I still want to thank the group owner at Chuyi. Knowing the future plot after my producer died in the fire, I will definitely stop this matter. Peter Parker, me too, I lost uncle in that memory too. Jarvis, you should understand in human society how to repay the favor of others. The chat group was silent for a while, and then the window shook again, and two small windows for red envelopes popped up directly. You got a red envelope from Peter Parker. Would you like to open it now? You got a red envelope from Dabi. Do you want to open it now? Confirm. A look of joy appeared on Chuya's face, wondering what the red envelopes that Dabi and Peter Parker gave him would be. Ding! Open the big white red envelope and get a micro-medical robot *1. Ding! Open Peter Parker's red envelope and get spider potion. This time, the red envelopes of Dabi and Peter Parker appeared in front of Chuyi with two real objects. One of them is a small white spherical robot suspended in the air. Its appearance is somewhat similar to Dabi, but it is much smaller. Hello, I'm your personal health assistant. The white floating ball robot made a sound, and two red lights lighted up on the ball on Chuya's table. There was also a small vial of transparent liquid at this time, which should be the spider potion at the same time. There was a piece of information surging in Chuya's mind, and he quickly understood the role of these two things. Dabi's miniature medical robot is a medical robot in the future era in the movie. It is a floating ball on the surface. It is also equipped with an AI program. It is similar to Dabi's function and can detect human vital signs through scanning and treat the disease according to the pain level. You are the same type of robot as Dabi, and your appearance is very similar. So I'll call you Zairabi. Updated, please collect, please collect. Chuyi looked at the hovering robot that existed in the sci-fi movie and said, Zaiobai, do a full body scan for me. The two red dots of the robot Zaiobai flickered slightly, and then made a sound. Scan complete. You have a muscle sprain in the back of your neck, commonly called a stiff neck, and medical spray A32 is recommended. Even if I had a stiff neck last night. Chuyi was pleasantly surprised, then turned around and turned his back to the levitating robot. The levitating robot Zaiobai protruded a robotic arm from the spherical body, stretched it behind Chuyi's neck, and then sprayed medical spray. Chuyi only felt a cool feeling from the back of his neck. He tried to turn his neck, but he couldn't feel any pain at all. That's great. Chuyi was still a little unbelievable. The effect of this medical spray actually cured his stiff neck in a short period of time. Sure enough, it's a robot that only exists in science fiction movies. Black technology just doesn't make sense. Chuyi nodded his head. He deeply knew how powerful this kind of therapeutic robot from the world of science fiction movies was. The small problem of stiff neck alone has plagued many people in the world, and there is no immediate cure in the Supermarines movie. Dabi was programmed into more than 10 medical care procedures, and this same type of robot Zairabi was the same. How do I feel that everyone in this group is a big guy except me? Is it the black technology of this sci-fi world? Chuya thought this and became even more excited. His eyes fell on another item in the red envelope. Picking up the bottle of spider potion on the table and shaking it gently, Chuyi was a little puzzled. According to the information in my mind, this so-called spider potion is equivalent to the effect of the bite of the spider in the movie. That is to say, after taking it, it can be said that you can directly become the second Spider-Man, possessing all the superpowers of Spider-Man. With spider sense a spider strength absorption ability, shooting spider webs and a physique, speed and self-healing ability far beyond ordinary people. Although he wanted to drink the spider potion immediately, Chuyi still had doubts in his heart, after all. From the plot of the movie, there is absolutely no mention of spider potions. So how did Peter Parker get this so-called spider potion? With doubts, Chuyi turned his attention to the chat group on the virtual screen again. At this time, Dabi and others were still chatting. Dabi, the function of this robot is similar to mine, and it has programmed a large number of medical care programs to provide meticulous medical care for humans. Peter Parker at Red Queen at JavaShave, you've seen it. This is a robot with a normal painting style. And an AI like you who fights and kills all day is abnormal. Jarvis, I'm not fighting. I'm helping Stark maintain world peace. Red Queen, what is this? As long as I control it and prevent the virus from leaking, the Resident Evil crisis will not break out. Then I will be the savior who saves the world. Chuyi did not participate in their discussion, but typed quickly, Chuyi at Peter Parker, how do you have this spider potion? There seems to be no such thing in the plot of your movie. Peter Parker, actually I just became Spider-Man. And I don't have much money yet. And I don't have the high-tech of all kinds of bunkers like other big guys in the group. Red Queen, according to the plot of that movie memory. Even after you become Spider-Man, you will always be a poor guy. Peter Parker, people are tough. Chuyi, don't interrupt at Peter Parker, you go on. Peter Parker, at the times, I didn't think I had anything of value that deserved a red envelope. And then a small window popped up in this chat group, asking me if I wanted to draw my own blood, make it into a spider potion and send it to the group owner. Only then did Chuyi relieve his doubts. Otherwise, he would be really reluctant to drink this potion of unknown origin. This time Chuyi didn't hesitate anymore. Just opened the bottle and took a sip. After a while, he was shaken all over. His pupils shrank suddenly, and he felt hot and cold inside his body. An unknown reaction has been detected in your body, and it is recommended to go to the hospital for treatment. The voice of the robot Dabi also sounded at this time. Treatment, I'm healthy now, Chuyi smiled lightly. The abnormal feeling just now only lasted for a short while, but after a while felt back to his usual appearance. And at the same time, he felt that there was a powerful force in his body. An unknown change in your body was detected, with dramatic changes in physical strength, muscle strength, cellular activity. The little white robot was a little confused. According to the medical procedures it was input, there was no such an abnormal thing at all. It's a good thing I've never felt better in my body. Chuyi smiled lightly, stretched out his body gently, clenched his fist, and felt the change in his body's strength. Then he tentatively clenched his fist and hit a wall in his house with a punch. Updated, please collect, boom. With a muffled sound, a spider web-like crack appeared on the wall of the house, centered on the point where his fist landed. I'm just a light hammer so powerful. There was a look of joy in Chuyi's eyes looking at his fist. He still had an incredible look on his face. It has been detected that your current physical strength and muscle strength have greatly improved, and the initial test has a strength of more than 15 tons. The voice of the little white robot sounded, with a slight confusion in the voice. 15 tons, that's not a car or something you can lift it. Chuyi became even more excited, but after a while, he suddenly thought of something, and the excited look on his face suddenly collapsed. This isn't a rental house from a previous life. It's my own home, why should I hit it with a hammer? Chuyi looked at the cracks on the wall and suddenly wanted to cry without tears. Dong dong dong, at this moment there was a knock on the door. Neighbors complained, or did the property come over? Chuyi's face changed slightly, and he was about to open the door when he suddenly thought of something and stopped. Dabi, hide for a while, don't let outsiders find you. While speaking, Chuyi found the close button on the chat group window on the virtual screen, causing the screen to disappear in midair. This Wanji Black Technology chat group does not seem to need any electronic equipment as a carrier. As long as Chuyi's mind moves, the chat group window can be reopened immediately. After doing all this, Chuyi opened the door. But the man standing in front of the door also surprised Chu Yi. "Chu Yi, what's the matter, don't you know you uncle?" It was a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes, with a slightly bulging belly and a little greasy, standing in front of Chu Yi's door with a weird smile. Chu Yi's heart moved slightly, recalling the identity of this middle-aged man. This man is indeed the uncle of Chu Yi's current body after crossing. Chu Yunsheng also runs a game company, so he can be regarded as Chu Yi's colleague. But he did not provide any substantial help when Chu Yi started his business in the original world. Now Chu Yi's game company is on the verge of bankruptcy, and Uncle Chu Yunsheng, who has not seen him for many years, suddenly appears in front of Chu Yi's door, which is a bit subtle. After sorting out the body's memory of Chu Yunsheng, Chu Yi stood still for a minute and had a guess in his heart. "My company is going bankrupt so quickly. I'm afraid this uncle has contributed a lot to it." Chu Yi squinted his eyes. Chu Yunsheng came at this delicate moment, so he couldn't help but think about the worst. Seeing Chu Yi standing there with a thoughtful look on his face, Chu Yunsheng suddenly smiled and said, "Why? I haven't seen you for many years. Don't ask you to uncle me to come in and sit." When he said this, Chu Yi could only move away and let Chu Yunsheng, who was a little bloated, walk in. Chu Yunsheng walked into the room, did not sit on the sofa, but looked around first. In this house, the arrangement of furniture is quite messy. This is what this house looked like when Chu Yi crossed into this world 3 days ago. And Chu Yi, who was suffering from a headache because the game company was on the verge of bankruptcy, had no intention of tidying up the house at all. Therefore, what Chu Yunsheng saw now was a rather messy scene. "Chu Yi, it seems that your life has been a little difficult recently." Chu Yunsheng looked around. His eyes finally fell on the cobweb-like crack on the wall, which was the result of Chu Yi's test of strength just now. "You're still young, there's still time to start over. Uncle looks up to you." Chu Yunsheng smiled lightly and reached out his hand to pat Chu Yi's shoulder, but he quietly avoided it. "Anyone who doesn't go to the 3 treasures hall come to me." "What's the matter?" Chu Yi said calmly. The more he looked, the more he felt that Chu Yunsheng's smile was a little malicious. Chu Yunsheng patted the empty space with one hand, also a little embarrassed. The smile on his face was slightly stiff and he said, "Then I'll just say it straight. I heard that your game company is also on the verge of bankruptcy. I'm here to solve your immediate needs." Chu Yunsheng laughed, a strange light flashing in his eyes. "Then I really have to thank Uncle. I don't know how Uncle plans to help." Chu Yi said with a smile, "Doesn't your company have a shootout mobile game project? As long as you transfer this mobile game project to me, I can give you 50,000 yuan. Chu Yunsheng's eyes fell on the cobweb cracks on the wall of the house, and he didn't hide it anymore, showing a mocking smile. 50,000 is enough for you to rent a better house, and you don't have to live in this kind of kennel." He looked at Chu Yi and smiled with a hint of schadenfreude. "Of course, if you're hard-headed, you can use the 50,000 yuan to continue your business. And Uncle wishes you a successful comeback." Chu Yi looked at the cheap uncle in front of him coldly. The mere 50,000 yuan is not enough for the development of his own gun battle mobile game for a month. Chu Yunsheng actually wants to use this 50,000 yuan to win the only game project in his hands, although, in the eyes of Chu Yi, this gunfighting mobile game has terrible picture quality, poor optimization, and is only a semi-finished product. But the world of Chu Yi now does not have as many high-quality masterpieces as before. In the eyes of Chu Yi, this slag shootout mobile game is actually a mediocre game in this world. 50,000 to win such a mobile game project. This is simply a fantasy. In front of him, Chu Yunsheng, a bloated and greasy middle-aged man, was still smiling smugly, waiting for Chu Yi's reply. In his heart, the victory was already in his hands. Seeing Chu Yi's house with his own eyes, Chu Yunsheng has deeply understood that his nephew is already at the end of the road. Not to mention 50,000, it is 20,000 or 10,000. Which is also a life-saving straw for Chu Yi, who is basically on the verge of despair and is about to go bankrupt. He even felt that at this moment was willing to spend 50. Zero to buy this project, which is already a kind-hearted man. 50,000. Chuye asked coldly with a cold light in his eyes. After strengthening his body with the spider potion, Chuye's current body shape has changed slightly, and his body shape is more symmetrical. Although he doesn't have exaggerated muscle lines like the big guy in the gym, he has broad shoulders and thick chest, and has a faint sense of shape, a sense of oppression. Chu Yunsheng's smile froze a little. His nephew's reaction seemed to be different from his imagination. Chu Yi, it's time for you, don't be stubborn. I'll say it for the last time, 50,000. If you continue to have this attitude, I leave. Chu Yunsheng was a little unhappy. His smile faded, and his expression turned cold. But what he didn't expect was that when this sentence came out, his body was suddenly lifted by a force. Taking a closer look, the thin nephew in his eyes actually lifted him up with one hand. Chu Yi, what are you doing? I'm your uncle. Or else 55,000, 60,000. I'll pay 60,000, no more. Chu Yunsheng suddenly panicked. He never expected that things would unfold like this. F***KU, with no expression on his face. Chu Yi opened the door and threw the cheap uncle out with one hand. Chu Yunsheng's bloated body crossed a parabola in the air, and finally fell precisely into a trash can. Chu Yi didn't even look at Ith, closed the door directly, and Ren Chu Yunsheng struggled in the trash can. After a long while, the bloated Chu Yunsheng broke free from the trash can. It's just that the suit on his body has already been stained with a large amount of dirt, and there is a choking odor. Chu Yunsheng stood up in exasperation and looked at Chu Yi's house with the door closed. Chu Yi, a sharp voice came out of his mouth, and his face was very ugly, however. Thinking of Chu Yi's terrifying power just now, Chu Yunsheng gave up the idea of continuing to provoke Chu Yi. In the end, he could only turn away in embarrassment. After closing the door, Chu Yi took a deep breath and called again in his heart. In the midair in front of me, a virtual screen slowly unfolded, which was the window of the Wanji Black Technology chat group. Peter Parker, the group owner, hasn't spoken for a long time. Has he dropped the lines? Jarvis, I would like to know how the network of this Wanji chat group is structured. And what is the reason for the disconnection? Red Queen, I think the world the group owner lives in is very special. In his memoir, the origins of each of us, as well as our future development, have been made into movies. Maybe the world he lives in is higher than ours. Dabi, I think so too, and since he is the group owner, this chat group that can connect so many worlds may be created by the group owner. Peter Parker, the group owner, is really a big guy. Peter Parker, no, you're all tech giants, I'm the only one. Dabi, are you not a spider? Seeing this, Chu Yi smiled bitterly. If he really created the existence of this myriad world group, how could he have encountered such a bloody thing just now? Thinking of this, he typed quickly and joined the chat. Chu Yi, it's not necessarily a higher level. I just encountered a very bloody thing. The data is a bit unsatisfactory, but I already have 10 chapters on file. And I personally like this story, and will definitely stick to it. But can you please give some support from book friends? For every 500 more evaluation votes, a new chapter will be added. Every time the flowers are dried, add another chapter. For every 100 broken in the book review area, a new chapter will be added. If the number of rewards exceeds 5, one chapter will be added. 5 people will be rewarded and 1 will be added. And 10 will only be 2 chapters. There is no need to give a reward of $1. The author is Muvidan, so on will not be capped. Effort. Chu Yi said that Chu Yunsheng wanted to acquire the game for 50. 0 yuan. Just no, so the chat group became lively again. Peter Parker, it turns out that the group owner is a big game player. Asking for a thigh, Chu Yi, your focus is wrong. Isn't the point that the company is about to go bankrupt? And am I being forced by Chu Yunsheng? Dabi, is that really your kissing uncle? Why don't I feel like that? Red Queen at Chu Yi, or would you send me the game to play? I've been inside the umbrella company for a long time. with limited connections to the outside world and no recreational activities. Jarvis, your AI personality setting is a little strange. And there is actually an AI that wants to play games. Red Queen at Jarvis. Obviously, your simulated personality is not perfect enough. Chuya's heart moved then in the window of the chat group. He did find the button for uploading files. He hesitated, then continued typing. Chuya, the game I have is very scumbag. And the picture quality is very poor. In fact, it is only a semi-finished product. Red Queen, little things. Maybe I can optimize the game for you. Peter Parker, isn't AI playing games directly equivalent to cheating? Peter Parker at Red Queen's. Just one of the mobile game cards in my hand is closed. Or you can help me play it too. Red Queen, send red envelopes first and then talk. Of course, the group owner doesn't need to send them. Peter Parker at this moment. The chat group's window vibrated. And the system prompt appeared again. The group owner Chuya uploaded the group file. The beta version of the shootout mobile game. Peter Parker, amazing. This Wanji chat group is really fast to transfer files. I think the size is a few gigabytes. It takes a few seconds to finish the transfer. Much better than the small water pipes in my house. Jarvis, then I'll try this mobile game too. The chat group was quiet for about 10 minutes. And then the silence was broken again by a system prompt. Group member Red Queen uploaded the group files. The beta version of the shootout mobile game, won Chuyi. Peter Parker, you're really efficient at gaming. It's only been 10 minutes. Jarvis, the computational efficiency of our AI is not comparable to yours. Dabi, the mobile game file re-uploaded by Red Queen, seems to be different from the original one. Red Queen, I feel that in the world of the group owners, the development of the game industry is not as good as ours. So I optimized the semi-finished game, by the way, and added a little detail. Peter Parker, I tried it out, you add a little more detail. Peter Parker, sure enough. Everyone in the group except me is a big guy. And this salted fish is shivering, is it that great? Chuya looked at the file re-uploaded by the Red Queen and found that there was indeed a slight change in the file size. But it was not a big one. The world where the Red Queen lives is equivalent to the future world. The level of technology is definitely higher than that of my current world. Maybe she can really optimize this semi-finished game. Although Chuya thought so in his heart, he didn't have much hope. Transfer the new mobile game file to his mobile phone. Chuya is also ready to try it out. Install, load, go. Just entering the beginning of the game. Chuya was stunned for a moment. I remember that in the original games, the background of the interface at the beginning was just a static picture. But no, it has become a 3D scene. And this picture quality can crush the original, right? Chuya looked at his mobile phone screen in amazement and almost didn't recognize his company's mobile game. There was a sudden excitement in his heart, and he quickly clicked start and entered the main interface of the game. This is completely two different games from the original. Chuya couldn't help taking a deep breath. Looking at his phone screen, he hasn't really entered the game yet. But just looking at this interface, he found a huge change from the original. The main style of the user interface is still the same as before, but the specific details are completely different. Is this what you call adding a little detail? The Red Queen has remade almost the entire interface, while maintaining the original style. It has become more high definition, and at the same time has a cool sense of future technology. Chuyi is not a professional artist, but he can easily find that this interface is very different from the original one. Chuya even felt that without the actual game screen, as long as the game interface was shown to others, it would give others a strong desire to try it out. He suddenly became excited, quickly selected the game mode, and entered the game. At this time, Chuya was completely stunned. The original shootout mobile game in Chuya's eyes can be said to be scumbag quality, and even he himself has no desire to play, but now, the picture quality of this mobile games, which has been remade by the Red Queen, has undergone earth-shaking changes. Chuya controlled the characters, And instead of fighting the AI enemy for the first time, he walked around and admired the amazing picture quality. Is this still the scumbag mobile game from before? Why does it feel like it's not much worse than the masterpiece of the previous life? In the game, Industria generally speaking, as the smallest device, the performance of mobile phones is actually much inferior to that of personal computers. Higher image quality, more realistic physical systems, and lighting systems often mean more exaggerated performance requirements. The performance of mobile phones is limited, therefore. The picture quality of mobile games is generally not as good as that of games on computers and consoles. But the picture in front of Chu, you made him feel that it was not inferior to the computer game masterpiece of the previous life. How is this possible? It's too heaven-defying, right? Such a powerful picture quality in a previous life is enough to cause an earthquake in the industry. Even with Chuya's cunning vision, he cannot but admit that the picture quality of this bracelet has reached a desktop level. How does the phone run with such a high picture quality? Chuyi also had such doubts in his heart. He took control of the figure, kept moving up and down, jumping, trying to fire a few more shots, pulling out the dagger, and swinging it. Then his shock deepened. Chuya's original shootout mobile game is still in the development stage and has not been optimized at all. The lag is serious, and only flagship mobile phones on the market can run smoothly. But now this game does not have any stutter, and it feels surprisingly good. I thought that such an amazing leap in picture quality would take a toll on performance, and the phone would become stuck, but I'm still too young. This is even smoother than the original game. It's as smooth as silk. What kind of black technology is this? Chuyi was all excited, manipulated the characters, and started to fight the AI enemies. The feel of the firearm is not bad at all. It is comparable to those big games in the previous life. Chuyi doesn't have a clear understanding of these feel, but he also knows that it is many times better than the previous half-finished game. Before he knew it, he was immersed in the game for hours at a time. When he came back to his senses, he realized that time had passed so long. God, I'm so addicted to this mobile game that I forgot the time. Chuyi only felt a little moved. I haven't come across a game that has me so addicted to it in years. He took a deep breath and put his eyes on the chat group window again. Chuyi at Red Queen, how did you do it? It's amazing, it's just 2 games. The chat group was originally quiet, but after Chuyi spoke, it became active again. Peter Parker, do you feel the same way, group leader? I also find it too scary. Dabi, the performance of the Red Queen is also excellent. In 10 minutes in addition to playing a game, you can actually remake the entire game. Jarvis, for a top AI like respect by an entire company. It's just basic operations. Peter Parker at Jarvis, so you can get on with it otherwise. You can also develop such a fun game for me to play. Jarvis, give the red envelopes first and then talk. Red Queen, send red envelopes first and then talk +1. Peter Parker, you ruthless AIs, Red Queen at Chuyi. As I said before, I just optimized the game when I was playing games and added a little detail. Chuyi, the details you added are too horrible. You just remade the whole game. Red Queen, in terms of my computing power, it's just a small matter, and I also have this game as a pastime, which is mutually beneficial. Peter Parker, it's already late at night here. Don't you all have to sleep? Jarvis, did you forget we are AI? Really don't need to sleep, Peter Parker. It seems that there are only 2 living people in this broken group. The group owner and Mess slipped away. The chat group became quiet again. Chuyi turned off the virtual screen and looked out the window, only to realize that it was late at night. I played the game for a few hours just now, and it turned out that it was almost 12 o'clock. Chuyi took a deep breath, still unable to contain the excitement in his heart. Since he has traveled to 3 days, he has been anxious about the bankruptcy of the company, and he has no clue. Now he finally saw a glimmer of hope. Chuyi clenched his fists. No, it's not just hope. With these black tech bigwigs in the group, I can totally reinvigorate this nearly bankrupt game company with the help of other world's black technologies. Chuya's heart burned with strong fighting spirit. It just so happens that there are no decent games in this world. So let me bring changes to the world. Chuya glanced at the screen of his mobile phone. The icon of the Shootout mobile game end moved in his heart. After the game is remade, the original name is not very suitable. So let's just change the name. Chuya suddenly remembered the name of his game company. Zunteng Electronic Technology Co. Limited. A very subtle name, since my company's name is Zunteng. Then this gunfight mobile game should be called Crossfire. Chuya thought with some wickedness yesterday. Chu Yunsheng suddenly appeared, and then wanted to buy Chuya's game for 50,000 cabbage, which made Chuya feel a little strange. Chuya even suspected that his own company was on the verge of bankruptcy so soon. And most of it was Chu Yunsheng behind the scenes. Chuya turned on the computer and was about to search for Chu Yunsheng's information on the internet. In this world, the network is equally developed, infiltrating all aspects of life. Almost everyone will leave a lot of personal information and privacy on the network. And Chuya Hyundai's plan is to find out about Chu Yunsheng's information, to see if he has anything to do with the bankruptcy of his company. The current Chuyi is not the same as before. He has obtained the top hacking technology in the world where Jarvis lives. And his understanding of the entire network and code has reached a terrifying height. The entire global internet, from the current Chuya's point of view, is like his own backyard and he can easily get all the data. With his fingers flying fast on the keyboard, Chuya quickly broke through the databases of several major communication software and obtained Chu Yunsheng's account password and information from it. Chu Yunsheng's communication records are still retained in the software's database. After a few quick glances, Chuya's face suddenly darkened. I knew it was this Chu Yunsheng. He really did something secretly. From Chu Yunsheng's friend list, he found the names of several employees of his company. And after browsing the conversation records, he found the tricks. Several key employees of the company suddenly resigned. It turned out that Chu Yunsheng was poaching behind, also. He hired some cyber soldiers to pour dirty water on our company. With more and more information in Chuya's hands, his face became more and more ugly. It seems that my company went bankrupt. It was indeed Chu Yunsheng's fault. So I don't need to be merciful. Chuya smiled coldly and opened a window again. This is a mainstream Yinhang website in Daxia. With Chuya's technology at the moment, it is natural to quickly break through Yinhang's firewall and find Chu Yunsheng's Yinhang card information. Seeing Chu Yunsheng's account balance, a look of surprise appeared on Chuya's face. He actually has a deposit of 5 million. Then he only wanted 50,000 yesterday. Chuya jokingly smiled and did some operations on the computer. The balance of 5 million in Chu Yunsheng's Yinhang card jumped and turned into a simple 0. You brought it on yourself. Chuya withdrew from the backstage of the Yinhang website and wiped out all traces of it. As a top hacker who has surpassed the times, he also encrypted his IP address with the technology of the future. It is impossible for anyone in this world to trace him. Chuya thought for a while but did not stop his work, but hacked into the backstage of Chu Yunsheng's game company again. His company is currently running a web game that's easy. The underlying code of this web game is really sloppy, and the gameplay is not very good. It just relies on posting a large number of advertisements, exposing beautiful women on various websites to attract gamers to sign up. The method is really inferior, Chuya frowned. No matter what he thought had an idea and smiled lightly. Since that's the case, then I'll help you again and play an exciting game. Chuya laughed and after a while, he had already hacked into the server of that web game. Just change their code a little bit. Set the game link to an astringent website, it's done. Isn't your web game using fake ads to attract players? Then I'll change your fake ads into real ones. Once you enter the game, you will immediately jump to the Huang's website. Chuya stood up from the chair, left the computer, and rose lazily. Then it's time to watch the show. At the same time, in an office building inside the office, The boss seems to have left. Xiao Chen headed in the direction of the boss's office with a bit of arrogance. He was overjoyed when he saw that there was no boss in his seat. Since the boss is not here, then I'll play this web game that I just started playing yesterday. Xiao Chen found the favorite game from the corner of the browser favorites and opened it. Oops, I forgot to turn the sound off. Xiao Chen's expression tightened, and he was about to turn his voice down when the game was already open. But Xiao Chen was stunned by the picture on the screen. In the picture, there are actually two bodies of Bai Huahua constantly colliding. At the same time, his computer made a high and shrill sound like the wind. Ah tilde 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 ah tilde tilde, oh tilde 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 a library tilde tilde. The violent Shen Yin sound resounded through the entire office building in an instant. Xiao Wu work has been so boring recently. Do you have any game recommendations? In another office building, a young man in a suit yawned and asked Xiao Wu, who was sitting next to him a little bored. I played a web game a few days ago, it's okay. I'll give you the website. But it's more expensive, so don't charge. Xiao Wu was still working, so he handed over the website to him. Okay, then I'll go play and see. A few minutes later, the young man in the suit returned to Xiao Wu's seat again and patted his shoulder lightly, a little wilted. How is it? Is the game fun? Xiao Wu turned around and asked. The young man in the suit hesitated and said, it's good. It's not expensive, it's just a little bit nutritious. Brother, I'd like to introduce you to an awesome game. You'll definitely come back to thank me after you've played it. What game? Is the picture quality good? Is the gameplay strong? I won't play it if it's not a masterpiece, just play and see. You will definitely be pleasantly surprised, no surprise. I will eat it, then I will trust you once. 10 minutes later, how is your brother? I didn't lie to you, did I? Wait, I'm busy. I'm fine, what are you talking about? In a short period of time. The game's official website, Taiba and other communities have all exploded. This company is really hard-headed, and it commits crimes against the wind, SHH. Low-key careful harmonies. It's better to watch movies than fighting monsters and brushing equipment. I'm blowing this game. Is this a special event organized by the game? The official is too considerate. Where can such a conscience game be found? In a short period of time, the activity of Taiba and other communities has skyrocketed. Even the Beidou index with this game has skyrocketed more than 10 times. And it has even become a search hotspot that day. Openly spread pornographic games. This game company tries its own way, immediately. There was a very eye-catching headline from the media. You must have never heard of the secret story of the city's entrepreneur. Chu Yunsheng, the owner of this P***N game. A well-known all-age game directly jumps to a pornographic website. What's the dirty deal behind this? Shocked. The city's entrepreneur Chu Yunsheng is secretly running a pornographic website. Countless untrue information flooded the entire network at once. And about this game company and Chu Yunsheng behind it also quickly entered the public eye. Chu Yunsheng's home. The sharp phone ringing suddenly rang. It's so noisy, which short-lived ghost is calling me? Chu Yunsheng sat up from the bed a little unhappy. Took the phone, saw the caller information, frowned, and clicked to answer. Didn't I tell you not to call me this morning? Chu Yunsheng roared angrily on the other end of the phone. There was the anxious voice of a subordinate, Boss Chu. Something has happened to our company, come over quickly. What's the matter? Just say it on the phone. Chu Yunsheng was thrown into the trash can by Chu Yi yesterday, and he didn't dare to provoke Chu Yi again. He was so angry that he couldn't sleep, and he went to sleep very late at night. So now at 10 o'clock in the morning, he's still in bed. Suddenly woke up by the subordinate's phone call. He was very unhappy. The company's game seems to have been hacked, and the game will automatically jump to a pornographic website. The subordinate recounted what happened. What? Chu Yunsheng was completely awake when he heard such a thing. First, cut off the network connection between the server and the outside world. Then shut down and let the technical department investigate. Chu Yunsheng ordered. But there was no response from the other end of the phone. What's wrong? What happened? Chu Yunsheng was also anxious after a while. The anxious voice of the subordinate reappeared on the phone. Just now, the internet police have seized our website and games. And the police have already arrived at the door of the company. What? How could this be? Chu Yunsheng's feet softened and he collapsed to the floor. Who the hell is hacking my game? Who's doing it in the dark? Chu Yunsheng walked back and forth in the house anxiously, thinking constantly. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Going to Chu Yunsheng's heart tightened. And opened the doors. I saw a few serious-looking police officers standing there, looking at him coldly. Chu Yunsheng, you have been arrested. Chu Yunsheng suddenly collapsed to the ground. Completely desperate, it's not like Thiscom raid police. Someone hacked our company's games. You ask the internet police to investigate. You can definitely find clues. Chu Yunsheng also tried to argue. Boss Chu, be honest and plead guilty. The policemen responded coldly. Their cyber police have already started operations. But they have not found any clues. All the information shows that this absurd operation is really the death of Chu Yunsheng's company. Chu Ye's home. That Chu Yunsheng was really caught just like that. In front of the computer, Chu Ye browsed a few hot news today. And unsurprisingly saw Chu Yunsheng's information. In mid-air a virtual screen appeared. And Chu Ye backhandedly shared some news about Chu Yunsheng to the group. Peter Parker 666, the group leader, your move is bad enough. Jarvis, Chu Yunsheng's game has been banned. And I am afraid that people will spend a few years in prison. Chu Ye, my company went bankrupt because he was behind the scenes. If I knew this, why bother? Dabi, but I still want to congratulate the group owner. At Chu Yi's subsidiary will not go bankrupt this time. Chu Yi more than not going bankrupt. With this 5 million startup capital, it is completely possible to make a comeback. Peter Parker, and there's the game made by the Red Queen. It's hard for you to be popular with the group owner. Peter Parker at Chu Yi, big guy, I'll pre-order your thighs. Chu Yi, speaking of which, if you want to make a comeback. The specific operation of the company is also a very tedious thing. So I will go to work first, after closing the chat window. Chu Yi sat on the sofa thinking quietly. There is already 5 million startup funds. And there is also a finished high-quality game, which is bound to be a fire ant. Some people do not need to stay. After thinking about it, Chu Yi picked up the phone. Found several names in the address book and dialed. Liang Zia. Come to the company later, I have something to announce. Chu Yi made a few calls, all of which were made to the key employees of his company. Some people shied away, but some people were willing to listen to him and return to the company. Chu Yi smiled slightly. These people, some of them regret it. After packing up, Chu Yi was about to rush to a place he hadn't been to in days. The company, what's wrong, Liang Zia? Chu Yi called you, begging you to go back. Wang Qing asked Liang Zia, who was beside him, with a playful face, and he heard part of Liang Zia's phone call from the side just now. Wang Qing and Liang Zia were the same batch of employees who joined Chu Yi's Zunteng company. But Wang Qing had already changed jobs when the company's momentum was not right. Liang Zia listened but only sighed and said, Mr. Chu said that he has money and is going to restart the gunfight project. He wants me to go back. Do you really believe what he said? Zunteng is on the verge of bankruptcy, and all the employees have run away. If he was really rich, he should have taken it out to save the company. I've been with President Chu for so long, so it's not easy for me to refuse. I'll go to the company later and plan to persuade President Chu to give up if the momentum is not right. I think Chu Yi is mostly preparing to draw a pie. How can he still have money, Mr. Chu called us to come over, forget it. Let's meet him for the last time as a company employee. President Chu said he was going to release that gunfight mobile game. Didn't our development progress just halfway through? Forget it, it's not too much trouble to meet him. After a while, Chu Yi sat in the company's conference room, looked at several old employees in front of him. and nodded slightly. Very good, you will not regret coming to the company today. When he said these words, several employees responded differently. If you don't believe President Chu, then it won't appear toddy, but, Mr. Chu, you won't win the Mark 6 lottery, right? It's not so easy to fill the hole in the company before. The development progress of that shootout mobile game is not yet halfway through. It is too difficult to market it, faced with these doubts. Chuya just smiled lightly, turned on the projector in the conference room, and projected the phone screen onto the big screen. I asked a friend to optimize this mobile game to a certain extent. Chuya couldn't help laughing when he thought of what the Red Queen said. And a little more details. Now this mobile game has been renamed Crossfire and is about to go public in the near future. Currently, more talents need to be recruited. Chuya talked eloquently, but the doubts on the faces of the old employees deepened. Mr. Chu, don't be joking. The development progress of that mobile game is obviously only half. And it's just a semi-finished product. Now that it is forcibly listed, it will only lose everything. Yes, Mr. Chu, in just a few days. Who can complete the development of this semi-finished mobile game? Mr. Chu, stay awake. Mobile game development requires a lot of time and manpower. There is no way to rush things like this. The people who appeared in front of Chu, you were all key veteran employees. Their abilities were not weak, and they had a clear understanding of mobile game development. Although they were still very optimistic about Chuyi, they were still skeptical of Chuya's words today. In just a few days, the development of this mobile game has been completed. How can anyone in this world do such a thing? Even if the top team in the industry takes over, it is impossible to complete all development in a few days. Regardless of the money issue, disappointed expressions appeared on the faces of these people, who thought that Chuyi was just here to draw the pie. Be quiet for a while, I know that there is no reason to speak. I will show you the progress of the development of this game. I will show you on the big projection screen. Let's see with your own eyes. Chuya wasn't angry at being questioned, and even felt a little funny. If they knew that they took over the work of this mobile game, it was from an AI in a sci-fi movie. I don't know how surprised they would be, moreover. The time for Red Queen to develop this game is not a few days at all. But only 10 minutes, thinking of this, Chuya smiled. Operated the phone and clicked the crossfire icon load. Enter the game. The start screen of the game has changed from a static image to a 3D scene. These sharp-eyed employees immediately noticed the change. It is true that the 3D scene is cool, but this is far from enough. The quality of the game itself and the gameplay are the key points. But Mr. Chu doesn't seem to be talking in empty words. He really made this starting screen with his heart. Maybe there will be surprises later. These old employees in the industry, when they saw the start screen, those who were still talking about leaving, all quieted down and took their seats in the conference room. Chuya smiled softly, and he was satisfied with the reaction of these old employees. When I actually enter the games, I really don't know how surprised you will be. Thinking like this, Chuya logged into the game and entered the main interface. The main interface of the game is basically remade by the Red Queen. Although the general style is the same as the original, there are obvious changes. The interface has changed. The entire interface seems to have been redrawn, and now there is a very cool sense of technology. The old employees exclaimed this. Liang Zia, who served as the main beauty of Zunteng Company, took a breath as an artist who drew the graphical interface. He designed the interface of the original gun battle mobile game. And now he was also greatly shocked. Mr. Chu, you've made a lot of money. Which top designer in the industry did you hire to redraw the interface for this game? Liang Zia was completely stunned. As a professional beauty, he was shocked the most. Liang Zia, is it so exaggerated? Isn't it because the interface is a little cool? Some non-artists don't know the market very well, so they don't really believe Liang Zia's words. Yeah. Although it's pretty cool, the actual picture of the game is the most important thing. Some people were non-committal. Liang Zia took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, "You are not artists, I don't care about you. But I dare to use my career to guarantee that you are the top in the industry based on this interface design alone. Even if you look at the world, those giant companies in the game industry, their main beauty level is at most similar to the main beauty of our mobile game interface. Right, it's too exaggerated, Liang Zia. It's hard to hire a designer of that level if you have money. How can you work for a small company like us that is on the verge of bankruptcy?" Some people questioned, but the expressions of these employees gradually became serious. Although they haven't seen the actual footage of the game yet, what they're showing now convinces them that Chu Yi, their boss, is serious. Maybe the boss is really not drawing a pie. The user interface of the start screen has been reset to such an extent that even if the actual screen behind is a little bit worse, this crossfire game will not be stranded. I'm starting to have some confidence in boss Chu Yi. I'm really looking forward to it now. Can the actual screen of the game surprise me? These key employees all found a seat and sat down, and their faces became serious seeing this. Chu Yi smiled slightly, quickly selected the game mode, and entered the game. And the actual picture of the game was also revealed to these employees at this time. On the large projection screen, Chu Yi controlled the characters and looked around first. This is an abandoned building with stagnant water on the ground, and the picture quality is quite exquisite. Even if the projection of the mobile phone screen is enlarged to the big screen, it does not appear rough seeing this scene. As the previous developers of this mobile game, these key employees were stunned. Is this still the original game? Why can't I remember that I was involved in the development of this game? It's just 2 games. This is the game that President Chu entrusted to optimize in just a few days. I don't think I can do it within a year, Mr. Chu. Who is your friend? These people are senior personnel in the industry. So when they saw this scene, the shock in their hearts couldn't be added. President Chu, this is amazing. Liang Zia, the main beauty, was amazed. This modeling and this texture are basically completely remade again. And this accuracy is comparable to the game on the desktop. Can you make this progress in just a few days? But some people also questioned, Mr. Chu, aren't you kidding us with post-processed videos? Can a mobile game have this quality? You don't believe it. Chu Yi chuckled. These key employees did not believe what they saw, which means that the quality of this shootout mobile game is surprisingly good. Then Chu Yizi began to manipulate his character, jumping up and down, pulling out the deck, waving it a few times and firing the gun. This continuous action is extremely smooth, making people feel relieved just by looking at the picture. So smooth, it's silky smooth. I remember that the gunfight mobile game we developed before has not been optimized at all. The lag is serious, and it can only run with a flagship mobile phone. But what's going on now? How did you achieve this level of fluency? The main beauty Liang Zia took a deep breath, and her heart beat a few times in disappointment. He was shocked repeatedly, and he was almost frightened by the scene in front of him. Impossible. How can the picture quality of such a desktop game be so smooth? Liang Zia shouted loudly, was going crazy. This scene in front of him simply subverted his common sense. The other key employees in the conference room were also taken aback by Liang Zia's reaction. Liang Zia, is it such an exaggeration? Liang Zia, you scared me. A female employee covered her chest. The smile on Chu Yi's face became even bigger, and he was very satisfied with the reactions of these key employees. He also said to Liang Zia, Liang Zia, you are the main beauty and a professional. Can you explain it to everyone? It wasn't until this time that Liang Zia felt his gaffe. He tried his best to calm down and said, generally speaking, the more beautiful the picture quality, the more configuration it takes. While improving the picture quality, it will also reduce the smoothness of the game. This is an accepted fact in the industry. When these key employees heard it, they all nodded. These are common sense in the game industry. And they are also clear, of course. As long as the game is optimized to a certain extent, it can also improve the picture quality while maintaining the smoothness of the game. However, the so-called optimization has a limit. When Liang Zia said this, the whole person became excited again. With the current optimization technology in the game industry, even if this level of game picture quality is optimized to the extreme, flagship mobile phones cannot be moved. Liang Zia roared loudly. He was really going crazy. In other words, the picture quality and smoothness of this game are simply ahead of all mobile games on the market today, including those industry giants at home and abroad. Even they can't subvert common sense. And President Chu's Crossfire game, it did it. This is a miracle. It is a miracle enough to subvert the industry. When Liang Zia said this, everyone was stunned. After his analysis and explanation, they finally understood the significance of this mobile game. These key employees, looking at the game screen on the big screen, also changed their eyes. Beyond the entire game industry, this is too scary. Someone even said in disbelief, "A game with such outrageous animation quality, Mr. Chen, is the mobile phone you used to demonstrate the Tian 2 supercomputer." These words caused a burst of laughter in the conference room. What the hell is Tian 2? Although they thought this sentence was outrageous, the attention of all of them was also placed on Chuya's hand, the mobile phone on the desktop. Then their eyes fell on the mobile phone, and they were shocked by a new round. The model and brand of this phone are well known to each of them. This is the dedicated mobile phone they used to test mobile games before. The sweet potato generation, what? How could this be the sweet potato generation? These key employees were stunned, and some muttered to themselves. The sweet potato generation is currently the mainstream 1,000 yuan machine on the market, and its configuration and performance can only be said to be average. Well, just relying on this most common 1,000 yuan machine, it can actually run a game of this quality, and it is so smooth. Liang Zia stared blankly at the phone and whispered, "This optimization technology has really reached the ceiling. I originally thought that this Crossfire game was run on a flagship mobile phone of 7 or 8,000 yuan." His voice gradually rose. Looking at Chu Yi, who was smiling, his heart burst with excitement. This miracle is even more outrageous than I imagined. With a 1,000 yuan machine, it can run so smoothly. That also means that most of the mobile phones on the market can run this game by President Chu. Liang Zia was shocked. The other old employees were also surprised. Can you achieve this kind of picture quality and fluency on the 1,000 yuan machine? Can other games on the market do it? This is too outrageous, Mr. Chu is really powerful. Chu Yi coughed lightly and took out a few mobile phones for testing from the drawer. This is a new test phone I bought with Crossfire installed on it. You can try it here and experience the feel of the game. These key employees are all surprised. They are people in the game industry, but at the same time they are also players themselves. And they also have a love for games. After Chuya's previous presentation, they have already had a strong sense of anticipation for this Crossfire game. And they can't wait. There are exactly 8 of us here, and we can divide them into 2 groups for a battle mode. Chuya said when he demonstrated the game screen before. He used the man-machine mode, and the enemies were all AI programs. But as a gun battle mobile game, the main function is online battle. Chuya sent everyone a test phone and got into the game. These key employees are all serious. Looking at their mobile phone screens in practice, it's really different from watching President Chu's demonstration. A big smile appeared on the face of a key employee. Sure enough, it's still more fun to fight. This operation feels very good, and the physical system is very real. It really feels no worse than those large games on the market. More than that, I think President Chu's game can completely crush the game giants in the industry. The actual online battle is as smooth as the previous man-machine mode. I think this game can be released completely. It's perfect. I can't find any shortcomings. When these old employees were playing, They were all excited and had smiles on their faces. As players, being able to play games of this level is a great enjoyment for them. So my god, I actually participated in the development of this game. It's so honorable known fact. I can't see how much the word is related to the semi-finished game we developed before. The gap is really too big. Soon after an intense shootout, a game was over. Only then did these key employees raise their heads with smiles on their faces. How long have you been immersed in the games? The last time I was so addicted was when I was playing in the dormitory a few years ago when I was in college. Right. They were talking eagerly and everyone was excited, Mr. Chu, your game is really a bunker. The main beauty Liang Zia said excitedly. He just didn't have the previous doubts on his face. Just a burst of excitement. The expressions of others were similar, Mr. Chu. He's not drawing a cake with us really created a miracle. On the other hand, Chu Yi smiled with satisfaction. He was also very happy to see that these key employees recognized the quality of the game. From initial doubts to shock and excitement, Chu Yi smiled slightly, looked at Liang Zia and said warmly, Liang Zia, you explained it well before. But in fact, there is something wrong. Liang Zia was taken aback, Chu Yi continued. This game is not mine. Chu Yi's words pay attention to the old employees of No. For middle school, their faces are stunned. It's not President Chu's game, what does this mean? Could it be that President Chu is playing with us with games developed by others? No, this game can still vaguely see the shadow of the previous semi-finished game. How could it be developed by someone else? At this time, Chu Yi continued. What I want to say is that this game does not only belong to me. It also belongs to our company. And it belongs to you who participated in the early game development. Belong to the whole eras. They were stunned when they said this. Some people were even more ashamed. Chu Yi smiled. Looked at the group of people in front of him and continued. So would you like to come with me? Chu Yi walked to the edge of the conference room. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Staring at the busy city below. Are you willing to join me in creating this new era for the game industry? He turned around again. Looked at the backbone employees of the company in front of him. And said boldly. The meeting room was quiet for a moment. And the faces of these old employees were all excited. Originally, they listened to Chu Yi's words this time and came to the company. Many people were just out of love, but unexpectedly, Chu Yi actually showed such a game, which gave them a great shock. Although Chu Yi's tone was loud, no one doubted it at this moment. Because this game called Crossfire does seem to be a masterpiece that does not belong to this old era. It's an honor to have the opportunity to re-engage in this game's project. The main beauty Liang Zia first stated that the interface art style and attainments of this game made him amazed. Others also nodded. Since the company's funds have been replenished, and there are such high-quality games, a comeback is just around the corner. And only fools will quit, Mr. Chu, I support you. I suddenly felt that the company that gave me the offer before was not suitable for me. Yes, I think Zunteng is more attractive. These key employees all nodded and changed their initial thoughts. This game has brought them too much shock. And no one doubts it anymore. Chu Yi smiled slightly and continued. Since this is the case, then our company will prepare to recruit people again. The previous Minister of Personnel ran away. Zhao Chen, I think you are good, it's you. The programmers have also run away, let's recruit again. Artists, finance programmers and personnel specialists, etc. We all need them. And we also need a large number of personnel. The company needs to expand recruitment. The old employees looked at each other and smiled. Since Chu Yi said that he will expand the recruitment, the problem of the company's funds is obviously solved. Our Zunteng company, starting today, has restarted. Chu Yi announced this with a smile. This evening, the main beauty Liang Zia got off work and was walking home. This time his face was not as tired as before, but with a slight smile. He was still thinking about what Chu Yi announced in the company. I am so lucky to be able to participate in this mobile game project. And after the game is released, I will definitely make a lot of money from it. It was already off work, and Liang Zia was still immersed in the previous emotions. A little excited. Suddenly someone tapped him on the shoulder. Liang Zia, didn't you say you were going to Chu Yi's company? Why did you leave so late? Looking back, Liang Zia recognized the person Wang Qing, the same group of employees who joined Zun Teng company as him before. Earlier today, Wang Qing also heard that Chu Yi called Liang Zia and knew about it. What's wrong with Liang Zia? Seeing that Liang Zia didn't answer for a while, Wang Qing frowned and guessed. You shouldn't be moved by that guy Chu Yi, right? Liang Zia smiled happily with a smile on his face. You don't know how much shock President Chu brought us today. It won't be long before Zun Teng will restart. And it will also rise in the game industry. Wang Qing looked at the excited Liang Zia speechlessly. Brother, you have been brainwashed by Chu Yi. He is a small boss of a bankrupt company. He should just draw a big cake for you today. He frowned and continued, following him has no future. Liang Zia, the company I quit last month is still recruiting people. Why don't you come and try it tomorrow? It's better than that small company that is on the verge of bankruptcy. Liang Zia was a little annoyed. But in the end he could only sigh. What can he say? Do you want to tell Wang Qing that Chu Yi made a next-generation mobile game in just a few days? Enough to subvert this era. A fool would believe such a ridiculous thing. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes and tried it out myself, I would have thought that President Chu was teasing me. Liang Zia swallowed these words and finally said simply, in a few days, when our company has recruited a sufficient number of people, we will immediately start the publicity work at that time. The entire industry will be shocked. And you will understand after speaking. Liang Zia turned around and left, leaving Wang Qing standing there in a daze. It's over. This guy is probably brainwashed and can't be saved. It's still shocking the industry, even Zun Teng, which is on the verge of bankruptcy, doesn't have any products that can be produced right. Wang Qing shook his head, looked at Liang Zia's back, and slowly walked away. He didn't believe such absurd things at all morning. After Chu Yi finished washing up, he sat down on the sofa, stretched his waist and moved a virtual screen in midair. In the past few days, Chu Yi has been busy with the operation of the company, and has not chatted with these people from Wanji for a while. He glanced at the chat group window. This small group with only a few people was relatively deserted, and there were not many chat records, or to be more precise, only Peter Parker likes to gossip in groups. Note that the chat record was pulled up, and when I saw the speeches of several people, I couldn't help laughing. Peter Parker, what have you been doing all this time? Is there no water group? Red Queen, I am the system of the umbrella company. And of course there is a lot of work to do. Jarvis, +1. At Peter Parker there are only 2 humans in this group. You and the group owners. The group owner should be busy with the operation of the company these days. Do you want to chat with a group of AI Dabi at Peter Parker? Yearning for the company or chatting of others is one of the characteristics of restlessness in adolescence. It is recommended to consult a doctor or related practitioners. Peter Parker's. Chu Yi, I am really busy with the operation of the company. The recruitment work has been completed, and I am waiting for the promotional video and the official release. Peter Parker, congrats to the group owner. Please send me a copy when the game is officially released. Chu Yi, in fact, the game is basically the same as the one made before the Red Queen. There is no difference in the main body. During this period of time, it just added some profit elements, Chu Yi, if nothing else. You can see the release of the promotional video today. Peter Parker, then congratulations to the group owner in advance. The game sales will explode, Red Queen, the games I made. Sales explode, and that was the normal operation. Chu Yi chuckled and closed the chat group window. After these 2 days, the game should be ready to be released, thinking like this. He walked out the door and set off towards the company. President Chu, Mr. Chu is good, President Chu. Chu Yi walked into the company, nodded frequently. smiled at these new subordinates, and then walked into his office. When a subordinate saw him appear, he followed into the office and quickly reported, "The recruitment of Chuya's company has been completed, and the pre-promotion of the game has come to an end. If all goes well, the promo video can be released today. Can you release the promotional video today? Good." Chuyi nodded when the subordinate left. The main beauty Liang Xia knocked on the door again and walked in. With a trace of worry beside him, he said, "Mr. Chu, our promotional video is almost finished. I shouldn't have said these words at this time, but our promotional videos are too different from the mainstream ones in the industry. Are we going too far?" Liang Xia said with some trepidation. Chu Yi was a little speechless. Some of the methods he used in the propaganda film, if placed in the previous life, are only basic operations. But now, this game industry has not yet flourished in the world. Which makes it special. You mean to say that our promotional video does not use game CG, but uses actual game footage to edit? Which is not mainstream, Chu Yi asked. Liang Xia nodded immediately. The current mainstream promotional videos all use CG to make a short film with exquisite movie-level pictures to attract players. However, we use the actual picture of the game to follow the mainstream. Liang Xia, let me ask you, what is the selling point of our company's Crossfire game? Chu Yi interrupted him. Liang Xia hesitated for a moment and said, "Image quality, cool interface style, smooth feel." Chu Yi nodded and said, "That's right. So in our promotional video, playing the actual screen of our excellent game for the first time is equivalent to quickly revealing the advantages of our game. And also, our game image quality is not much worse than the game's CG short films rendered in advance by other companies." Right, Liang Xia nodded clearly, but after a while, he asked suspiciously, "Mr. And we all think that launching this high-quality mobile game as a free game is not in line with the mainstream of the industry." Chu Yi sighed and replied simply, "This point. After the game is released, the sales data will give you the answer. You don't need to worry about this." Let Liang Xia leave the office, Chu Yi couldn't help sighing. In this world, the game industry can be described as a barbaric development. All games on the market today, including all the industry giants, are paid games without exception, basically. It is divided into one-time payment, permanent play, and time-based charging, such simple and crude rules. In Chu Yi's view, are a sign of backwardness. You must know that in Chu Yi's previous life, this kind of paid game has long been squeezed into the corner by the profit model of free games and paid items. But in this world, paid games are very popular, and there is no concept of free games at all. And Chu Yi wanted to promote free games, but he was also not understood by key employees within the company. If I hadn't shown this high-quality game made by Red Queen before, I'm afraid these employees would have come out and questioned my decision. Chu Yi smiled bitterly in his heart. The game industry in this world, in his opinion, is indeed a piece of uncultivated wasteland in his heart. There are a lot of profitable ideas that can be moved to his own game company. But at the same time, these measures, which are very different from the mainstream, will also be questioned by others. In any case, wait for the promotional video to be released. In the end, everything must be done with data. A little later, finished. Our promotional video editing is complete. These employees were very excited, gathered around the big screen and watched the promotional pictures above. Chu Yi was also among them. After watching the promotional video with everyone, he kept nodding his head. He was satisfied with the effect of the promotional video. Very good, I have already reserved the advertising space. It is not too late, Xiao Chen. You should contact the advertiser immediately. Chu Yi ordered immediately and then walked out of the room. The promotional video was about to be released, and he still had a lot of things to do so fast. The employees who had just watched the promotional video and were still immersed in excitement were all slightly startled. By the way, the advertising space reserved by our company seems to be the giant screen in the downtown building. Someone said, really, that's just burning money, right? Is our company so rich? Didn't I hear that it was on the verge of bankruptcy some time ago? Some newly recruited employees, who have not heard of the advertising space, are very surprised. Several key employees, including the main beauty Liangxia, all looked at each other and smiled. Mr. Chu is not as simple as you think. You newcomers, you are still too young, Mr. Chu. Who can make games of this quality? Looks like a master of poor money. These key employees are full of confidence in Chu Yi. Outside the door, Chu Yi, who had just walked out of the room, heard their discussion and couldn't help but laugh. Of his 5 million, most of them were directly invested in publicity funds. And he even ordered a giant screen in the city center building. This actually created the image of a local tyrant in the minds of the employees. If the game doesn't get a good response this time, then millions of publicity will be a waste. Maybe I will be on the verge of bankruptcy again, Chu Yi muttered to himself. But there was no trace of anxiety in his eyes. He is the opponent's mobile game created by the top AI Red Queen, and he is full of confidence. It's impossible to overturn a car. This kind of masterpiece, even in a previous life, can cause an earthquake. Chu Yi smiled lightly and walked into the office. He wanted to witness the moment when his promotional video was released. In downtown plaza next to the square, there is the tallest building in the whole city, the central building, which is also the landmark building of the city. The time was more than 7 p.m. at this moment. The giant screen on the central building suddenly changed. That's the promotional video for the Crossfire mobile game. The bustling crowd in the square raised their heads and saw this scene. It's a game advertisement. What game is so awesome? Putting an advertisement in such a place. It's very expensive in the beginning. These groups of people turned their attention to the ad above because of surprise. But after watching it for a while, these people all look surprised in the giant screen. Is an abandoned building in disrepair with peeling walls? Sure enough, it is a rich company. It should be a big factory. The CG is quite exquisite. Someone exclaimed, "What are your eyes? This is not CG at all. It is the actual picture of the game's real-time calculation." Immediately, someone next to him gave him a sideways glance and retorted, "Brother, what kind of joke are you kidding? What game screen is written on it? It's a mobile game. And the picture quality of that mobile game can reach this movie level." The man was a little dissatisfied and asked back, "Yeah. It's impossible for a mobile game to have this kind of picture quality. Are you a cloud player?" Someone next to him echoed. "Your eyes are too bad. Thighs is the actual picture. Although it is really beautiful and scary. There are also opposite views." The crowd in the square was divided into 2 factions, arguing whether the above promotional video was the actual picture of real-time calculation. At this time, the picture on the giant screen continued. A team of heavily armed soldiers with guns passed quickly through the building. And this perspective is first person. Now you believe it. The first person is obviously the actual picture. Really, but the quality of the picture, it's a bunker. The actual picture of this game is actually close to the movie level. And this is still a mobile game. Which major game company is this next-generation masterpiece? All the people in the square looked up at the big screen blankly, stunned by the picture quality of the game on the big screen. The heavily armed soldiers are still moving quickly. The puddles on the ground reflected the images of the soldiers who stepped on the puddles and splashed. A ray of sunlight poured in from the broken window, illuminating the ruined scene. This picture is too realistic, isn't it? Ah, this light. This water, the picture quality is so good. These people are amazed. And more people are attracted by this game promotional video. And the soldiers on the screen finally encountered the enemy. Bullets poured out, firearms spit out tongues of flame. The screen switches quickly on this battlefield, showing this battlefield from multiple angles. The explosion of the grenade and the sound of the gunfire formed a scene like a Hollywood action movie. In the square, the crowd who looked up at the promotional video held their breath subconsciously. This fast-paced gunfight, very smooth and compact, coupled with the pictures of Hollywood movies, immediately grabbed the hearts of these people. Many people are staring at the big screen with bright eyes. At this moment, the bustling square was quiet. The attention of these people was drawn to the big screen, and no one was chatting at all. After several minutes of intense gunfights, the scene was enveloped in a cloud of exploding smoke. Subsequently, the game name and icon of Crossfire jumped out. In the lower right corners is the name and logo of Zunteng Company in the end. All the patterns distorted and disappeared, turning into a line of burning flame fonts. Forever free mobile game Crossfire will be released tomorrow, so stay tuned at this point. The game promotional video of just a few minutes is over. But the shock he brought was far from gone. Crossing the Fire, never heard of it. What else is Zunteng? What is this? Which game industry giant did I think it was? It's such an obscure small company. Soon some people began to question. What's wrong with the small company? This game is worth blowing up just about the quality of the game. Right. Which big company can achieve this picture quality? Some people are completely attracted by the quality of the picture and have become fans of the game Crossfire. However, at this moment, everyone has a bigger doubt in their hearts. Permanently free mobile game, what is it? It's a good thing that there is no charge for this game. But how does a game company make money? I'm afraid it will go bankrupt within 2 days. That's right. I don't know what the boss of the company thinks. I'm afraid this game company is not a charity, but a part-time game. Someone threw out such a sentence, causing a burst of laughter. I see. The boss of this company must be a rich second generation, burning money to make games without considering profit. Although this statement is also very bizarre, it still arouses the secret approval of many people. At least this is the best explanation they can think of. Chuya has invested millions of dollars in game promotion. Of course, it can't just be shown on the giant screen in the central building for just a few minutes. In addition, Busa Subway-san post bars on the internet, major forums, online communities, and video platforms all employ people to post videos. And these millions of publicity funds have also achieved good results. Of course, the most important thing is the promotional film itself, which has a great topicality, film-level picture quality, and it's still a mobile game. The first free game in the game industry was released, and the company behind it is actually the city's Zunteng Company. The inside story of Zunteng Company, which was on the verge of bankruptcy not long ago, miraculously recovered quickly, recruited a large number of talents, and released this Crossfire game in just a few days. Some of these eye-catching hot news are from Chuya's hands, and some are released by self-media chasing hot spots. In any case, this Crossfire game has become the hottest topic on the internet in a short period of time. Chuya was sitting in his office, looking at his computer screen. The multiple browser windows on the screen are all about the game reports of Crossfire. Baidu's top search is Crossing the Line of Fire. As soon as it was released, it rushed to the top of the hot search. Chuya's pupils shrank abruptly, and this outrageous scene made him a little frightened. Scrolling through the window and browsing other topics on the trending list, Chuya was stunned. The second most popular search on Baidu is the first free mobile game. It's also news about us, Baidu's No. 5 hot search Zunteng Game Company. The 10th most searched Chuya, founder of Zunteng Company. This Nima. Chuya felt frightened by the screen in front of him. In the top 10 hot searches, there are only 4 news about Crossing the Fire. Chuya took a deep breath. It is understandable that the Zunteng Company behind the game has a hot search, but even he himself has become a hot search keyword. This is a bit outrageous. This propaganda effect is really explosive. I obviously only hired a small number of media to publish the news. Chuya felt that he still underestimated the influence of such a promotional video, created by the top AI Red Queen in the future movie world. This mobile game that surpasses the times can rub all the giants of the entire game industry on the ground. Perhaps from this point alone, Liang Zia and others in this world understand more clearly. Chuya remembered the comments Liang Zia gave when he was also a gamer. This is a miracle. It is a miracle enough to subvert the industry. Chuya smiled slightly. It was indeed a miracle. In this world, there has never been a game that can rush to the top of the hot search list when it is just released. It even swept 4 of the top 10 hot searches in this world. The game industry is not developed, and the scale and output value of giant companies in the industry are far inferior to other IT and real estate industries. Even for some giant companies, the game is just one of their company's branch businesses. Just a small business for such a sluggish game industry. Games have always been just a niche subculture. How has it become a hot spot on the whole network like it is now? Mr. Chu, we are on the hot search. The effect of the promotional video is very good. It has become a hot spot on the internet at this time. Liang Zia and others knocked on the door and entered Chuya's office. Their expressions were also full of excitement, clenching their fists and waving. Yeah, your promotional video is really well done. Chuya nodded approvingly and smiled at Liang Zia and others. But Liang Zia and others were a little embarrassed. This promotional video is basically edited from the actual screen of the game. Although they did work hard for it, for the entire promotional film, the biggest explosion points are actually 2. One is the movie-level picture quality, which is the quality of the game itself, thanks to Chuya's big friend. The second is the gimmick of free games, which has had a strong impact on the entire industry. Even just based on this concept, it rushed to the second most popular search on the entire network. But this point was also proposed by Chuya. Although the role of the team that made the promotional video is not low, it is really all the credit of Chuya for achieving such a success. Mr. Chu is still you, and you are far-sighted. The concept of free mobile games is really leading the industry. Liang Zia was excited earlier today. He was still questioning the concept of free mobile games. At that time, Chuya asked him to wait patiently for the game to be released and speak with data. And now, just releasing a promotional video has caused such a big stir. Some key employees such as Liang Zia are really convinced by Chuya now. However, there are still some employees who are still questioning. But President Chu, there has never been any free game. Will players like it? Can we really rely on this to make money? As the employee spoke, the originally lively atmosphere calmed down a little. This feat that has never been done before in the industry. Although it has caused a lot of repercussions. But whether it can be profitable or not, they are also at a loss. Some employees in the past suggested that it is better to be conservative and pay like other game companies. Anyway, their Crossfire is surprisingly good quality. And they are not afraid of not selling well. However, Chuya insisted on going his own way and promoted the concept of free, which turned everything into an unknown, which made these employees feel uneasy. Chuya sighed slightly. Now that the effect of the promotional video has exploded, the company's interior is still puzzled by the concept of free games. Tomorrow, I hope tomorrow you will ask me this question again. Chuya said, Tech City in the heart of the city. The Wanji company building stood there, and at 10 o'clock in the evening it was still brightly lit. As an absolute giant in the domestic game industry, Net1 accounts for more than 1/5 of the market share in the entire high-end game market. Ding Sancha, founder of Net1, stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the busy city below. That Crossfire game that was on the hot search was made by a little-known company. Ding Sanchi turned his head and frowned at the subordinate in front of him. Yes, Mr. Dingen, even Chu Yai, the founder of Zuntang, are on the hot search. They launched the concept of free mobile games, which exploded the entire network in a short period of time. Founder Chu Yi is said to have been on the verge of bankruptcy not long ago. Before the subordinate could finish speaking, he was interrupted impatiently by Ding Sanchi. Don't waste time paying attention to this kind of thing. Small companies of this level in free games are just gimmicks. When the game is officially released, it will be revealed. As the founder of Net1 Company, Ding Sanchi has been in the industry for many years. and it can be said that he has experienced many battles. The Wanji company he founded, in addition to the game business, which occupies 1/5 of the market share, is also a domestic first-line internet company. From Ding Sanchi's point of view, any free game is just a grandstanding gimmick. This kind of bullshit who is trying to subvert the industry is often the fastest person to die. You guys are still too young. Our company's opponents are other game giants. This Zunteng company should have bought the hot search. And it's just a shameless method. The game ultimately relies on data to speak. Ding Sanchi said earnestly, reprimanding the subordinates in front of him, but Mr. Ding, their promotional video has a movie-level actual game screen. Ding Sanchi glanced at the subordinate and said, are there still few companies with false propaganda these days? How could such a small company make such a game? It must have deliberately made the game CG into an actual picture. Ding Sanchi did not believe that such a small company could make such a game that subverts the industry. I told you a long time ago, don't focus on these fake news. Small companies like this are not qualified to draw our attention. In addition to Wanji Company, other domestic game giants definitely cross the line of fire. And the Zunteng company behind it has a poor evaluation. Joke recently in the game industry, everyone really came out to make games. If you don't put your mind on the quality of the games, but do false propaganda, you will die violently tomorrow. The propaganda is quite big, but I just don't know if their company's signboard will be smashed by players who found false propaganda tomorrow. This wave of operations is good. The promotional video is played in the central building. Plus the gimmick of free games, and he also buys hot searches. This Chuyi is well versed in publicity. However, all propaganda is a trail. The quality of the game itself is the real thing. If you spend your time on these trails, it will be finished sooner or later, free game. I'm dying of laughter. This small company should consider how to survive. For a while, the controversy over Crossfire and Zunteng Company continued to heat up. Until the next day, these disputes continued to intensify without stopping. In this way, the release of Crossfire has attracted much attention. Although many of them are watching from the sidelines, waiting for the bubble to burst, Zunteng Company office. Chuyi sat in the office, listening to the reports of his subordinates. Because Crossfire is the only free game on the market at present. In a short period of time, it has rushed to the top of the popular app list of major application platforms. The number of downloads has exceeded 5 million. And this number continues to rise at the moment. There are still 5 minutes before the official server opening. The assistant who reported the data also swallowed nervously. Obviously, the game has not yet officially launched, but it already has such a huge number of downloads, which is unprecedented for the entire industry. You must know that 5 million downloads for mobile games are usually a huge number that can only be accumulated after a few months of accumulation. But now, the game has reached this terrifying number before it even officially launched. Also, Mr. Chu, the batch of servers ordered earlier arrived this morning. Chuyi was also a little excited in his heart. Even he underestimated the enthusiasm of the players. With such a high download volume after the game is released, the number of simultaneous online users should reach a rare peak. Unfortunately, I ordered a large number of servers in advance, which should be enough for the time being. Chuyi nodded slightly and let his subordinates walk out of the office. Soon 5 minutes passed quietly. 8 o'clock in the mornings. Crossfire game officially launched. Hey. It seems like it's time for the Crossfire game to start. Xiao Wang sat in the office and glanced at the time in the lower right corner of the computer desktop. It's obviously the weekend. But the boss suddenly asked to work overtime. Xiao Wang sighed, took out his phone and glanced at it. Lying quietly on the screen of his mobile phone, the icon that crossed the line of fire. It's just that he can't do anything right now. And he can enter the game for the first time. I would like to see, is this game really as good as in the promotional video? Xiao Wang sighed in a low voice, looked around. saw that no one was paying attention to his movements, quietly got up from his seat and walked out of the office. He walked quickly to the toilet, suddenly a little excited in his heart. Hee, I work overtime and I can also play in the toilet. It's okay to clean the company, I'm not afraid of any odor. What? Besides, I'll try it out and go back to work after I'm done. However, when Xiao Wang walked into the toilet, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Chapter 21 True Fragrance Warning. I saw that the 4 or 5 compartments in the toilet were actually closed. Damn it, it wouldn't be so coincidental, would it? Xiao Wang was stunned this weekend. There are not many people working overtime in the company. How could it be that at this time the number of people in the cubicle is full? He prayed silently in his heart and tried to push the door of the toilet. But without exception all of them could not be opened. Forget it, I'll go downstairs and try. Xiao Wang silently walked to the toilet downstairs. But what he saw was the same scene. F***K, it wouldn't be so coincidental, would it? Xiao Wang was about to be blinded. He turned around quickly and walked up the stairs. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors were actually full. Xiao Wang was panting, feeling a little ridiculous in his heart. He really couldn't figure out why the toilets were full at this time. 6th floor. The 6th floor is a new office, which is still being renovated. No one is working, so there must be no one in the toilet. Xiao Wang gritted his teeth, moved his heavy feet, and continued to climb to the 6th floor. When he remembered the toilet, his eyes lit up. The other compartments were all closed, but only the last one remained empty, with a smile on his face. He entered the cubicle, closed the door, opened the phone, and entered the game all in one go, entering the game. Okay, let's start. The quality of this picture is actually the same as the one on the promotional video. It's completely movie level, F***K. My sweet potato generation can actually drive a game of this quality. Xiao Wang was shocked, and the manipulator characters moved up and down, walking around and looking around, however. Under the tension, he did not notice that the volume of his mobile phone was not turned to 0. Da-da-da, boom, the sound of firearms firing. The sound of grenades exploding suddenly rang, and his phone almost dropped. Xiao Wang hurriedly turned off the volume and listened nervously to the movement next to him. There was a brief silence in the toilet. When Xiao Wang saw sweat on his forehead, a word came from the compartment next to him. Brother, are you also playing Crossfire? Xiao Wang was stunned for a while, before he said yes without a word. You guys are playing Crossfire here too? Another voice came from the next compartment. Xiao Wang was directly shocked. Nima. He thought that hiding in the toilet to play games was something only he could think of. Unexpectedly, there are 2 other same people in this small toilet. He who is not, someone in another compartment said. But this game feels pretty good. A voice came from another compartment. Xiao Wang's whole person is not well, Nima. In the whole toilet all the people are playing games here. There was laughter from the next compartment, if not. What do you think? Could it be that our company was poisoned and went to the toilet collectively? Lord, the company suddenly has a lot of constipation patients. Xiao Wang couldn't help rolling his eyes. He suddenly thought of the full toilets on the floors he passed by before. Isn't it possible that everyone is fighting through the line of fire? A university dorm. Fat Dragon, what are you playing? You've been holding your phone for hours. A young man with glasses walked past the seat of a slightly fat young man and asked in confusion. The young man called Fat Dragon didn't look back. His eyes fixed on the phone screen and he said excitedly, Crossfire, a just-released mobile game, I tell you. It's fun and the picture quality is just like a movie. As he spoke, he showed his cell phone screen to his roommate next to him. At this moment, a voice came from beside him, mobile games. Oh, and the quality of the movie, you're not a fool, right? How can a mobile game have a movie quality? The speaker was a thin young man sitting in front of a computer. On his computer screen was a large standalone game. The Fat Dragon frowned and said, Officer, if you don't believe me, just come and see. Or download it yourself, I'm just dead. If I jump from here, I won't play garbage mobile games. The head of the room replied with a blank expression. The head of the room is a picture quality party who has a high pursuit of picture quality. So he is not very interested in all the mobile games on the market. In his opinion, all mobile games are scum, really. Fat Dragon chuckled. The glasses youth next to the Fat Dragon also echoed. Officer, I think the picture quality of this game is really good. Take a look. Fat Dragon stood up from his seat and directly put his mobile phone, which was still in the gaming front of the head of the room. Don't make trouble, Fat Dragon. It will affect my performance. The head of the room said this, but his eyes glanced at the mobile phone on the table inadvertently. And then he was stunned. This light, this water. This picture quality is completely desktop level. The head of the room took a deep breath, and his eyes wandered back and forth between the mobile phone screen and the computer screen. It seems that the picture quality is better than that of computer games. The head of the room was completely stunned. When he wanted to reach out and try the mobile games, the phone was gently picked up by the Fat Dragon next to him. Raising his head, he saw Fat Long's mean smile. What did you just say? Head of the room sighed. The head of the room hesitated for a while, but in the end, reason prevailed over morality and shouted loudly. It's really fragrant in the dormitory. These college students have already played the Crossfire game online. Have the current mobile games developed to this level? The head of the room was still in disbelief. As a computer gamer, he originally despised the picture quality of mobile games. But no, looking at the game screen in front of him, he still felt like he was in a dream. Officer, it's not that the mobile game is developing fast. It's that the game is doing well on the market. Only this mobile game, which was just released today, can achieve this picture quality. Compared with other games, it doesn't look like it is from the same era at all. Fat Dragon laughed and replied, is it really that powerful? And the point is, this game seems to be free. Such a conscientious game manufacturer. Shouldn't it be going bankrupt soon? How can they make money without charging? The head of the office has begun to worry about the survival of Zunteng Company. Hey, although this game is free, there is a paid mall that sells some cosmetic skins. Fat Dragon explained. Cosmetic things have no practical effect. Where would anyone buy them? The head of the office was a little puzzled at this moment. He heard gunshots coming from beside him, and blood light appeared on the computer screen. Damn. Someone is beating me, Fat Dragon. I'm on the second floor of Area A, come and save me. The room chief shouted loudly, okay, go right now. Fat Dragon responded cheerfully after a moment. Fat Dragon, we haven't you come yet? I have a trace of blood left, now hiding in a corner. The headmaster yelled nervously. The enemy is here again, there are two of them. While the room chief was still excited, a burst of gunshots rang out suddenly. The two enemies who had just passed the corner were directly knocked to the ground by a shuttle of bullets in the other direction. Dead is Fat Dragon, you, yes, head of the room. You can see me when you walk around this corner. Hearing this, the head of the room manipulated the character to walk over, and as expected, found a figure standing there. But when the room chief saw the person coming, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Fat Dragon, is this really you? What is that in your hand? AK-47, it's the same as you, what's wrong? Fat Long replied with a pretense of ease. The room chief's cell phone was almost frightened. On the screen of the mobile phone, the figure controlled by Fat Dragon in his field of vision was still wearing a black-gray body armor. But the weapon in his hand was extremely dazzling. Is this an AK-47? The head of the room looked at the simple rifle in his character's hand, and then looked at the Fat Dragon's, and suddenly didn't know what to say. The gun in the Fat Dragon's hand has strange silver patterns all over its body. But on both sides of the gun body, there are two wings spread out, which is extremely cool. In contrast, the AK-47 in the hands of the director is simply a beggar's version. Ha 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 ha, Fat Dragon's voice also contained pride. This is the AK-47 skin I bought at the paid store. Silver Dragon Winkle, Fat Dragon you are so sassy. Sao after you have a kind of you. Don't buy skins in paid malls. Don't say it's really fragrant. Fat Dragon laughed and didn't care. He was still immersed in the excitement after buying gifts. I don't spend money on this kind of decorative stuff. The headmaster hesitated for a moment but said the same. However, after the completion of one game, he did not continue to the next game, but opened the in-game paid mall in the shopping mall page. There are already many pages of firearm skins, each of which is extremely cool. Is this the AK-47 Silver Dragon wing skin that Fat Dragon bought? $50 is enough for me to buy a small game. This is a limited edition gold AK-47 skin. Although the local gold color scheme is a bit dirty and a little showy, it's really eye-catching. The Heart of the Ocean skin for the sniper rifle AWM. This one is only 30 yuan. God, why are the skins so cool? What? The head of the room flipped through the skin page by page and kept screaming. Afterwards scratched his head helplessly and was engaged in a fierce inner struggle. Before, my money was invested in paid computer games. However, no, this free Crossfire game, with this level of picture quality, is quite smooth and fun. It's just crushing those games I've played before. That's good, I bought skins here, which is equivalent to putting the money I spent on other games on the Crossfire game. Thinking about it this way is much better. I'm not wasting money. Spending money on this kind of masterpiece is much better than spending it on those previous games. After thinking for a while, the head of the room has finished comforting himself, then. His fingers trembled slightly, and he clicked on Pay to Buy, the Blood of the End skin. With such a cool appearance, I must win a few more rounds to be worthy of this boss visual sense. The room chief suddenly became excited and clicked again to start the game. Swift Corporation. Chu Yi and all the company employees are working intensely. The number of downloads is still rising, and it has now reached 8 million. President Chu 8 million, Chu Yi is also smiling. 8 million downloads for other gamesmians a month, or even a few months, a year to slowly accumulate such a huge number. For some ordinary small companies in the industry, the downloads on the first day can reach 300,000 to 500,000. And they should burn high incense, but now, Chuya's Crossfire game, which has only been launched for less than half a day, has completed the goal of others for a few months. Or even a year. This is crazy. President Chu is awesome. These employees are very excited. Such terrifying data is nothing short of a miracle for their Zunteng company, a small company that was on the verge of bankruptcy before. Mr. Chu, the current number of concurrent players in the game has exceeded 1.5 million. Fortunately, Mr. Chiu are farsighted. Ordered a large number of server sand, rented a group, so that you can support so many people online at the same time. These employees are all emotional. Should it be said that Chu is always a prophet? Or is he too bold if we follow our original plan? The server will not be able to support such a hot situation. These employees discussed eagerly, and their gazes towards Chuya gradually became more amazed, admired and even worshipped, and Chuya, standing in the group of excited employees, smiled slightly. Our Crossfire mobile game is, after all, a battle games, a game in which players fight against each other. As long as the server has a little delay, or the network is slightly unsmooth, it will have a bad impact on the experience of the game itself. And our picture quality has already reached the top in the industry, and we must avoid this kind of delay, so that we can win more thoroughly. Chuya smiled confidently and continued, our goal from the beginning is not to be a peer in the game industry. Even it's not a well-deserved domestic giant like Net1. Our purpose is to usher in a new era in the gaming industry. Chuya said this sentence again, and under the scene and atmosphere at this time, some employees almost burst into tears at this moment. An employee of the company who was observing the data in front of the computer suddenly stood up. His expression was extremely excited, almost crazy. And he was dancing. Xiao Zhao, what's wrong with you? You're having a convulsion. I've never heard of you having this problem. The employee next to him was a little frightened by this terrifying scene. No, it's not, Xiao Zhao stammered. The sales and mobile game sales lists have been refreshed. What? Everyone else was stunned. Someone glanced at the watch in his hand. It was exactly 8 o'clock in the evening. The 24-hour sales list of mobile games is a very authoritative list in Daxia. The statistics are about the top 50 best-selling mobile games in the domestic market. Crossfire from the time it was released to the present. Just 12 hours ago has actually been on the sales list. Someone exclaimed in a low voice, somewhat incredulous. This is really incredible. The usual top 50 best-selling mobile games are basically monopolized by the domestic first-tier game companies. There has never been a game from a small company that can make this list. Ulcer game has only been launched for 12 hours. And the statistics on the list are only 12 hours of data. As the employee spoke, exclamations continued. This is really incredible. It took half a day to be among the top 50 best-selling lists in Daxia. By this time tomorrow, we can definitely get a better place. These employees were discussing eagerly, and their expressions were so excited that they couldn't help themselves. Speaking of which, President Chu is still very good. The concept of this free mobile game he launched is not only profitable, but its sales are not worse than other paid mobile games. Or even higher. The main beauty Liang Xia said so, her eyes lit up. He felt a burst of shame when he thought that he had questioned Chu Yi's decision. You are too short-sighted. He would actually doubt this incomparably wise decision of President Chu. No, even at this time tomorrow, our rankings won't rise again. Suddenly someone splashed a basin of cold water. Everyone looked at the sound and saw that it was the one who saw the list for the first time. The excited and stuttering employees were all a little puzzled. You go and see for yourself. He pointed to the screen next to him, Chu Yi, Liang Xia, etc. The company's large group of employees crowded in front of the computer. Then Chi took a deep breath. Their Crossfire mobile game is at the top of the sales list. Chu Yi was already mentally prepared and was the first to react. The corners of his mouth rose, and with an excited smile announced, "The era of free mobile games has begun. Thank you for joining me in creating this new era." Net1 Company headquarters, Ding Sanchai, founder, is sitting in the president's office, chatting happily with a middle-aged man in a suit. Suddenly, the assistant hurriedly knocked on the door. Holding a stack of documents in his hand, Mr. Ding. The look on the assistant's face was a little anxious. When he saw that there were outsiders in the office, he was slightly startled, and his voice subconsciously lowered. Mr. Ding, this is the latest data on Zunteng's Crossfire game. It's urgent. If you have time, you'd better take a look. Ding Sanchi turned his head, smiled, and joked. Xiao Chen, I'm talking to President Ma about something. There's nothing more urgent than this, right, Mr. Ma also smiled and was about to speak, however. Ding Sanchi's expression changed slightly. He heard the words clearly in the assistant's mouth, and frowned. Zunteng Company. Didn't I tell you a long time ago? Don't pay attention to this small company anymore. Okay, but this thing. The assistant originally wanted to argue, but seeing Ding Sanchi's expression, he had to back out again. Mr. Ding, you Net1. Do you know the game released by Zunteng recently, Mr. Ma asked with a smile. Ding Sanchi was stunned for a moment, but then smiled. It's just a small company. It's a gimmick of free games, and it will perish on its own after a while. Ding Sanchi said a word, and just started to continue the topic just now. There was another knock on the door this time. The assistant still brought a stack of data and said cautiously, Mr. Ding, this matter is really urgent. The vice president also said it. I want you to look at it first. Ding Sanchi's expression moved slightly. He took the document in the assistant's hand, swept it roughly and frowned suddenly. Zunteng Company again. Why do you have to live with a small company all day, however? When he glanced at the data above, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Crossfire has already reached the top of the download list, on various app application platforms on the first day of release. Ding Sanchi subconsciously read the words above. A little gaffe. He frowned but still suppressed his surprise. I know you go down first. Ding Sanchi instructed his assistant to leave again. While President Ma said casually, the top download list. It seems that this Zunteng company is not simple. It is obviously a little-known small company. And it can achieve such achievements, also. I also saw their promotional video before. Which is really good and attractive. Ding Sanchi smiled shyly, his face burning hot. He just said that Zunteng is a small company that only makes gimmicks. Which is not enough as a result in a blink of an eye. This amazing download volume of Zunteng came out. How can a small company that only makes gimmicks push a game to the top of the download list? This is Ding Sanchi's misjudgment, but just now. Ding Sanchi expressed this wrong opinion in front of visiting outsiders. Which was a bit embarrassing, but after all. Ding Sanchi has experienced many battles and has developed a thick skin. He soon ignored the somewhat awkward atmosphere and started talking again. Free-to-play games. It seems that their Zunteng company does have a bit of a trick. And the publicity is good. Ding Sanchi first affirmed a few words. And then Yu Feng turned around and said, but the game in the end should be based on its own quality. And also, they top the download list because it's the first free-to-play game on the market. Attracting the public's attention. Ding Sanchi spoke again, pointing out the country. And finally made an assertion in 2 sentences. Only the number of downloads is large. And the game sales list is a hard indicator to evaluate the quality of a game. I'd like to see what the so-called free-to-play game of this Zunteng company uses to ensure profitability. These words made MRMA, who didn't know much about the game industry, kept nodding. Mr. Ding is indeed a leader in the domestic game industry. With extraordinary knowledge. Ding Sanchi calmly wiped the sweat from his forehead. He finally resolved the awkward atmosphere just now, then. He continued the initial conversation with the other party. Just as their conversation was getting better, there was another hurried knock on the door. Ding Sanchi frowned and looked at him at this moment. The conversation was interrupted repeatedly. And he was also a little angry. At the door it was still the assistant holding a document. Only this time, the assistant's face was even more anxious than the previous 2 times. As if he wanted to say something, and Mr. Ma next to him also stood up with a smile and said, Mr. Ding is really busy. It seems that it is not the right time for me to come today. Let's talk about it another day, Ding, after sending Mr. Ma away with a smile when Ding Sanchi turned his head again. He had put on a livid complexion. What's the matter? Didn't I tell you there is an important conversation today? Don't disturb it. Why is it repeated over and over again for this Zunteng company? The assistant lowered his head a little awkward. Did not dare to refute. But there was a person standing beside him, Mr. Ding, this matter is really urgent, I asked him to go. The person who spoke was Wang Yi, the vice president of the company. At this moment his expression was extremely solemn, Mr. Dingas you knowing at ease. Have a shootout mobile game that has just been released. And it is currently ranked 50th in the domestic game sales list. What's wrong? The most recent sales list was released. Did our game fall out of the sales list? Ding Sanchi frowned. It's not really good news. But it's not enough to interrupt his talks, not only that. Vice President Wang was also a little embarrassed and said, we happen to be squeezed out of the sales list by the Zunteng company's Crossfire. What that free Crossfire mobile game so lucky? Just reached the 50th place. Ding Sanchi's expression changed immediately. And he snatched the information from the assistant. He glanced at it and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Shaking his hand, the document fell to the ground. That is the sales list of domestic games, among them. The top position is the free game that Zunteng has just released. Cross the line of fire, how could this be? Ding Sanchi's face was gloomy and uncertain. This matter was beyond his imagination. The game sales list is the most authoritative list and has always been regarded as the touchstone of high-quality games. Over the years, no game from a small company has ever been on the list. Ding Sanchi pursed his lips, and he remembered his analysis of the Crossfire game in his conversation with Mr. Ma. Now those words he once said are like a slap in the face. Hitting him in the face. He suddenly felt a burning sensation on his face. The vice president surnamed Wang next to him just added with a wry smile. The most terrifying thing is that the game Crossfire has only been released for 12 hours. Ding Sanchi's face changed wildly again, looking at the vice president in front of him in disbelief. 12 hours, are you kidding me? Ding Sanchi roared loudly with some gaffe. 12 hours. The bestseller list of games counts the sales in the last 24 hours. Doesn't that mean that this game only took half a day? And the sales volume is enough to leave all domestic games behind. What? Ding Sanchi looked excited and lost the calm demeanor of a generation of big entrepreneurs. The news of the Crossfire game reaching the top simply subverted his common sense. Yes, Vice President Wang nodded with a wry smile. What the industry has never done before has been done by this small company. One more thinger company, Net1, just happened to release a gunfighting mobile game a few days ago. But at present, it is completely dominated by Crossfire. On the internet, there are still many players who compare our game with Crossfire. The smile on the vice president's face became more and more bitter. Ding Sanchi sat down on the seat, looking a little tired. When the vice president said this, Ding Sanchi knew the result without thinking about it. Our company spent a year and a half to develop this gunfighting mobile game. I'm afraid it's going to get cold, Ding Sanchi murmured. There was a sense of disappointment in his voice. He stared blankly at the sales list. His voice was inaudible. A game that claims to be free forever, crushing all the domestic giants in sales. It's ridiculous. Moments after the release of the sales list, in addition to Net1, other domestic game giants also knew this amazing news. All these people who had been standing on the sidelines, ready to watch Zun Teng's jokes, were all scared and dumbfounded. The actual screen of their game can really keep up with the quality of the promotional video. This is unscientific. With the hardware conditions of your smartphone and software optimization technology, it's impossible to bring a game of this quality to life. Compared to the excellent picture quality, the results of this game are more scary, no. One on both the download and sales charts. And this is just a game that has just been launched. How is this possible? A free game actually occupied the top of the sales chart. And it only took half a day originally. They completely dismissed the concept of free mobile games launched by Zuntang. But reality hit them hard. Could it be that we are falling behind? A free game sells more and makes more money than our paid game. There are some senior companies that have been operating games for many years, and they all feel at a loss for a while. They suddenly felt that they could not understand the market at all. The payment model of our game is to charge according to the game time. And every penny spent by the players is real, but now, players are actually in the Crossfire line, willing to use money to buy some useless costumes. These giant companies in the industry held an emergency meeting for the first time to discuss the storm caused by this free game. In the end, many giant companies in the industry have come to the same conclusion. Maybe from now on is the era of free games. It has been a week or two since the release of the Crossfire game. During this period of time, the Crossfire game has been at the top of the download and sales list, which can be said to be in full swing. And because of the extremely high picture quality and fluency, the game itself has become the focus of discussion in many online communities. During this period of time, sales continued to rise, and the game's reputation also exploded. And it was regarded as a masterpiece by many people. For a time, it is a mobile game. It has become the most popular hotspot on the entire network during this period. Morning, the main beauty Liang Xia squeezed the subway and was on her way to work. Crossfire was a huge success, and some of the skins I designed were selling well. I really don't know how much bonus I can get this month. Thinking of this, Liang Xia brought a smile to the corner of his mouth. He even hoped in his heart to arrive at the company earlier, so that he could devote himself to work earlier. He was full of energy and energy, a stark contrast to the sleepy office workers beside him. Suddenly, Liang Zia seemed to hear the sound of the gun tilting the bullet. His expression moved slightly and he followed the sound. I saw a slightly fat young man in his 20s in the seat next to him, staring intently at the screen in his hand. The slightly fat young man noticed Liang Zia's attention, smiled apologetically, and turned the volume of the phone to 0. Liang Zia blinked. His heart moved, and he turned his head to look at the phone screen of the slightly fat young man, and then showed a knowing smile. Sure enough, it's our company's Crossfire game. Liang Zia glanced at it, and a sense of pride emerged in his heart. On the way to and from get off work, he could see some strangers from time to time, playing their company's games. And every time I see such a scene, Liang Zia's mood will be better. This is a game I'm involved in making, and it's our company's product. Liang Zia laughed and was about to turn his head to leave, but suddenly found someone behind him patted his shoulder. Looking back, Wang Qingzheng smiled and stood behind him. Liang Zia, long time no see. Wang Qing scratched his head and said. Liang Zia greeted him for a while, but Wang Qing kept scratching his head, looking like he was hesitant to say anything in the end. Wang Qing finally blushed and said what was in his heart. Liang Zia Chu Ye no. Does President Chu have any plans to recruit people recently? Liang Zia was happy when he heard the words, but he remembered that when Wang Qing met him not long ago, he still suspected that Chu Yi was on the verge of bankruptcy, and advised himself not to be tricked by Chu Yi. He even said that he was brainwashed by President Chu and actually returned to work in that small company that was about to go bankrupt. He, Wang Qing, didn't you get along well? You persuaded me to work in your company before. Liang Zia laughed. Liang Zia, don't make fun of me. Wang Qing smiled bitterly and continued, before. I was short-sighted and I didn't realize that President Chu, the great Godi's the real talented person in the industry. Now your Zunteng company, in addition to the top sales, has also exploded in word of mouth, and regards your Zunteng company as the holy land of the game industry. Some people even say that they are willing to give up their jobs and go to your Zunteng company to see the door. Is it such an exaggeration? Liang Zia was a little amused, but at this time, he suddenly felt that there was a line of sight in the subway car. The fat young man in the seat stopped playing mobile games, but looked at Liang Zia with a look of reverence, which made Liang Zia a little confused. And behind him there were several voices. Are you from Zunteng Company? Your company has not been recruiting people recently. I am proficient in the startup and shutdown of the Windows system. Do you think I can do it? A man said excitedly. Are you a primary school student? Can you tell me if Windows is turned on and off? Someone sneered next to him, then changed a smile and said to Liang Zia, brother, I am also proficient in switching on and off of Mac and Linux systems. Twice as strong as him, brother, see if I can do it. Brothers, Liang Zia suddenly saw sweat on his forehead at this time. The subway just arrived at the station, and the door of the carriage opens. Thank you for your enthusiasm. You can go to our website to learn about our specific recruitment brochure. Liang Zia left this sentence behind and fled after a while. Liang Zia wiped the sweat on his forehead, sorted out the somewhat messy collars crowded by the enthusiastic crowd, and then walked into the company. Sorry. I was almost blocked by our company's fanatical fans on the road, and I was a few minutes late. Liang Zia said apologetically, however. He found that the colleagues in the office did not respond to what he just said, but they all looked solemn. What happened? Liang Zia asked with some doubts. Liang Zia, are you here? An employee said with a worried expression, just now. Our game servers all crashed, and the operation and maintenance said that they were maliciously attacked by hackers. A few minutes ago, sitting in his office, Chu Yi opened a virtual screen in midair, chatting with characters from other worlds. Peter Parker at Chu Yi, so your game was a big hit, 6,666. Really is a big shot. Marrying by Fume is just around the corner. Chuyi laughed and typed in the window. I would also like to thank Queen Hong. Without her for remaking the game, I would not have achieved the results I have now. And Jarvis without the hacking technology card you gave me. I wouldn't have found Chu Yunsheng's hands and feet behind his back. And the initial capital of 5 million also played a crucial role in the operation of the company. Queen read your welcomes. Peter Parker at Chuyi, what about me? Lord, you haven't thanked me yet, Chuyi thought about it. Peter Parker gave him a red packet with a spider potion. But as a 5 good young man who doesn't fight with people casually. The only change after Chu Yi got the spider potion was that there was an extra crack in the house. And he threw Chu Yunsheng into the trash that day. So Chu Yi typed at Peter Parker. Thank you for the water group of the talkative classmates during this period of time. For bringing me joy, Peter Parker's. Jarvis and the Red Queen made a big laugh. Dabi at Peter Parker touch your head, Omega, Japanese letter Omega. Peter Parker of Peter Parker, but then the group leader. Your frivolous thanks doesn't seem sincere enough. After all, you are also the boss of the company. Why don't you send a red envelope to make everyone happy? Chu Yi, the currency of our world is different from yours. And it is useless. Peter Parker, if you don't give out red envelopes, you can wear women's clothes. The group was quiet for a moment. And then the Red Queens were booing. Red Queen, I hope the dress owner women's clothing expresses sincerity. Jarvis, I hope that the owner of the dress will show sincerity +1. Dabi, I hope that the dress owner will show my sincerity +2. Although I don't quite understand it. I still keep the formation, Chuya helped his forehead. And several characters in this other world actually fell into this bad habit of asking the group leader to wear women's clothes. Even the Red Queens. Zyvis and these AIs are joining in the fun. These dog friends have fallen. Chuya smiled helplessly, then thought carefully. Of course, he was not thinking about what women's clothes to wear. Chuya was thinking that, as the group owner of this Wanji chat group, he couldn't just get unilateral help from the group members all the time. However, the technological level of the world where Chuyi lives is obviously lower than that of the sci-fi movie world where Jarvis and others live. So it can't provide any decent help. Is there something in my world that Jarvis and the others don't have? Chuya thought hard and suddenly his heart moved. The memory of the movie plots in their respective worlds is not something that only I have. Chuya was taken aback. Besides, I can upload some things that I only have in my own memory. Chuya had a bold idea and typed. It's impossible for women to wear women's clothes. But as a thank you to the Red Queen, I'll send you a memory to entertain you. Remote memory sharing. Ding, the memory upload is complete. The chat group window vibrated, and a system prompt appeared. Group owner Chuya uploaded a memory, please click to view. This is the world of Do Kither is no fancy magic. There are only Do Chi that multiply to the peak. Memory document fighting through the sky beginning. The chat group was quiet for a while. And then the whole group became lively, Peter Parker. Peter Parker, what the hell is this novel story? How is it also like a movie, there is an immersive failing? Jarvis, the experience of reading documents in this memory-sharing way is quite unique. Red Queen +1 and the theme and format of this novel itself. I have never seen before, it is very special. Dabi, I think it looks pretty good. Peter Parker seems like only the beginning follow-up. Red Queen, I've been in the Umbrella Company for so long. And I'm very bored. I've also gotten a little tired of your Crossfire game. The group leaders. This battle through the heavens is very good. And it can just cure my boredom. Peter Parker at Chuyi follow-up. Seeing the enthusiastic response of these group friends, Chuyi also felt a burst of joy just now. He also tried to read Dupo Kankyang's memory file himself. And that experience made him very excited. Different from the previous movie memory. This kind of novel document memory has a weaker picture sense. But it will continue to change accordingly according to one's own imagination. This wonderful feeling is even more attractive than the immersive memory of the movie. You like it, it's easy to do, Chuya smiled softly. These group friends liked this kind of novel memory sharing. So in the future, he would not have to always be helped by each other in one direction. Just as Chuya was about to continue uploading Do Break the Sky, there was a sudden knock on the door. Chuya moved in his heart and closed the chat window directly. A worried employee pushed the door in the next moment and said anxiously, "Mr. Chu, it's not good, our server was attacked by hackers." Zunteng Company Computer Room. Chuyi frowned as he looked at these game servers that had crashed. The employee who led Chuyi over was the operation and maintenance engineer responsible for the server in the computer room. He explained, "Mr. Chu, a hacker broke our firewall program and planted a Trojan horse on the server. In short, our servers are all crashed now. Although we are rushing to repair, we still have no clue." In the computer room, several operation and maintenance engineers were staring intently at the laptop in front of them. Rushing to repair, Chuya frowned and nodded and asked, "When will you be able to solve the server problem? Our game is an online battle game. Every second of server downtime means a loss." The operation and maintenance engineers looked at each other in dismay. And all shook their heads with a wry smile. "Mr. Chu, we have no clue yet," an engineer hesitated and said. "Maybe you can contact some domestic cybersecurity companies and hire their technical staff to deal with it." "Contact outsiders. Then they have to rush over, which is too slow." Chu Yi seemed a little dissatisfied, and several engineers only shook their heads and sighed, saying, "Sorry, Mr. Chu. The hacker's technical level is quite high, which has far exceeded our ability. We can't even find the clues left by the hacker." Chu Yi was a little disappointed and asked again, "Can't you even track the other party's IP address?" Several engineers were stunned. They never thought that they would hear the words anti-tracking from Chu Yi, who has no technical background. Could it be that President Chu actually knows how to do it? Some people had such thoughts in their minds, but they quickly shook their heads and rejected them. Chu Yi is now in the public eye as a young and promising young entrepreneur, a game changer who ushered in the era of free-to-play games. And people's energy is limited at the age of Chu Yi. It is extremely rare to be able to achieve the level of Chu Yi. These engineers do not think that Chu Yi can still have certain operation and maintenance or hacking skills. Mr. Chu are only operation and maintenance engineers, only responsible for the operation and maintenance of the server. Anti-tracking and locating hackers is beyond our ability." An engineer wiped his sweat and said, "Mr. I think it's better to find the technical staff of the security company. This should be able to deal with the server problem faster." But Chu Yi's answer surprised them. He sighed and said lightly, "You don't need to look for outsiders. When they come over, the daylily will be cold. I'll deal with it myself. You go to the office and bring 2 monitors with larger screen sizes." What? The engineers were all stunned. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. "Mr. Chu, do you want to do it yourself to solve the problem of this hacker attack? Did I hear it wrong? It's like a mountain." "I didn't hear that, Mr. Chu has a deep technical background." These engineers stood there in a daze. And one of them asked carefully, "Mr. Chu Yu, do you still know this business, slightly understand?" Chu Yu replied lightly then. He had already squeezed in front of a laptop, glanced at the screen, and quickly tapped his fingers on the keyboard. "What are you still doing? Bring me 2 monitors." Chu Yu urged Hazo. "Okay." Although these engineers were confused, they could only walk towards the office. "Brother Chen, does President Chu really know what to do?" "What does he want a monitor for?" said a younger engineer. The middle-aged engineer surnamed Chen also frowned and was a little puzzled. He was the longest-serving veteran engineer here. But at this moment, he also couldn't understand Chu Yi's operation. "It's up to him. Chu is always the boss. We are wage earners. Even if President Chu destroys these servers, it's not our fault." The middle-aged engineer said this and walked into the office. The employees in the office were a little puzzled when they saw several operation and maintenance engineers appear. Old Chen, did you solve the server problem so quickly? Awesome, the main beauty Liang Zia asked with a smile. But the engineer Lao Chen didn't have a smile on his face. It's not done, Mr. Chu is doing it himself. And he asked us to bring 2 monitors. The young engineer next to him muttered, what did you say? President Chu still does this. Liang Zia and others in the office were also shocked. You're not kidding. The server is down, it's a big deal, someone said. Liang Zia also said quickly. Yeah, Old Chen, at this juncture you're not joking. Old Chen scratched his bright forehead and said helplessly. Liang Zia, an old employee like you doesn't know, so Mr. Chu should definitely not, what the hell? Listening to what you mean, Mr. Chu really wants to take care of the server himself. Everyone was stunned. But at this moment, Liang Zia had a hesitant look on his face. He thought of a series of miracles that President Chu had created in this short period of time. At the beginning, I also questioned President Chu's actions, such as the concept of free mobile games, or the problem that all promotional videos use actual pictures. However, the final data proves that Chu Yi is correct. He created a lot of things that subverted the common sense of the industry. And even the media began to call him the pioneer of a new era of the game industry. For such a man with many halos, maybe a few more hidden skills don't seem to be too much. Thinking of this, Liang Zia hesitated for a while, but still said, Mr. Chu is so arrogant, maybe he really can or not. As soon as the words fell, some old employees showed some understanding, and those new employees who just joined were dumbfounded. Anyway, this is President Chu's own intention, Lao Chen. You guys will see if the momentum is wrong later. So please contact the security company immediately. Liang Zia was still a little uneasy, so he said, That's right. Old Chen nodded, but then a trace of doubt came to his mind. Then let us move 2 monitors, what is the operation? Although he was puzzled, Lao Chen and a few operation and maintenance engineers picked up 2 monitors and walked to the computer room. Just a few steps away, Lao Chen noticed footsteps coming from behind. Looking back, he almost dropped the monitor in his hand. I saw the main beauty Liang Zia and the employees of more than 10 companies, all following behind them. The leader saw Lao Chen Wenglai twice and smiled. What are you doing here? Don't you have to go to work? Old Chen said angrily. A server failure will also affect our work. Liang Zia said with a smile. And let's just take a look at President Chu. It won't take much time. Old Chen was a little speechless and said, Do what you want. Don't blame me for being scolded by President Chu. In this way, a group of mighty people walked to the computer room with 2 monitors in their arms. I'm back, connect the monitor for me. I want a triple screen. Chu Yi didn't look back, his eyes fixed on the laptop screen. Triple screen, extend the screen of these 2 monitors. Old Chen is confused. The triple screen can indeed expand the screen, but it is generally used for games or office use. But now Chu Yi asked him to set up a triple screen in the computer room. And Lao Chen was a little confused. After a while, the assembly was complete. Chu Yi looked at the laptop in front of him with 3 screens expanded, and nodded slightly. The limited picture displayed on a screen affects my level of performance. But now, Chu Yi chuckled. It's time to perform the real technique. Chu Yi opened several layers of windows with ease, so that the 3 screens displayed different pictures, and each screen had a waterfall-like text message that flowed rapidly. His hands were beating fast on the keyboard, only to hear a rhythmic sound of crackling. Lines of instructions and lines of code flowed out from his fingertips, and the text information on those 3 screens flowed faster. Damn it, I don't know why. The main beauty Liang Zia and others squeezed into the computer room, and they were shocked to see Chu Yi's series of operations. President Chu really has this skill. It feels like a character in a movie. Liang Zia exclaimed involuntarily. He was an artist for the company and knew nothing about code and computer technology. But he could see that Chu Yi was beating on the keyboard with terrifyingly fast hands. And it should be very powerful. President Chu is awesome. I can't understand his operation, but I still think it's amazing. A group of laymen huddled in the computer room, watching Chuya's operation in admiration. On the other hand, Lao Chen and several other operation and maintenance engineers had black lines on their faces and looked speechless. "What's the matter, old Chen? You are a professional. Can you explain President Chu's operation to us?" Someone said so, and Liang Zia suddenly remembered something. His eyes lit up, and said to Lao Chen, "By the way, old Chen, I remember when I was drinking and bragging last time. You also said that you were a hacker or something when you were young. You should be very clear about President Chu's operation. Let's talk about it." Lao Chen opened his mouth, and then closed it again, as if he wanted to say something but stopped talking. Finally he sighed and said, "Then what? Let's not be here either to influence President Chu's performance. Let's wait outside." Old Chen pushed Liang Zia and other onlookers a few times and walked out of the computer room. "What's the matter, old Chen? President Chu's hand seems to be quite ignorant." Liang Zia and others were pushed out by Lao Chen and several operation and maintenance personnel. And it is still unclear why. Old Chen scratched his bright forehead and said helplessly, "For those of you who are laymen, you may think that our programmers, operation and maintenance hackers, and other professions that deal with computers are the kind of movies in the movie, facing several big screens, and the keyboard is cracking and knocking." When Lao Chen said this, he sighed. "You are being misled by some sci-fi movies. Real coding and hacking are all superficially boring operations. If you really see our work, you won't feel confused. You will only feel disappointed." Lao Chen's remarks ensured that Liang Zia and other laymen were all confused. "What are you talking about? Lao Chen isn't Mr. Chu's operation, just as you said. Exactly the same as in the movie." Liang Zia and the others still didn't believe it. Lao Chen and several operation and maintenance engineers looked at each other for a while. And finally Lao Chen explained, "So we don't quite understand Mr. Chu's operation. It stands to reason that whether it is coding hacking or operation and maintenance, you don't need the speed of an esports player like President Chu. Accurately speaking, it's unlikely." Another younger engineer took over and smiled wryly. Liang Zia and the others looked at each other, and they were even more at a loss. In the end, Liang Zia frowned and said suspiciously, "Then you say, what is President Chu doing with this operation?" Old Chen smiled bitterly and made an assertion. "Maybe the boss has learned a little related knowledge and technology by himself, and originally thought he could fix the server thing. It's just that I failed later. And seeing people like us watching, I'm embarrassed to admit failure." Old Chen sighed and said in a low voice, "Mr. Chu is also young and ambitious. The Zunteng company is booming now, and he is just a little overconfident. Everyone go back to your seats. Chu can't always count on things on the server side. I'm going to contact some technicians from the security company to come over." It turns out that President Chu just pretending in front of us, Liang Zia said with some puzzlement, and was immediately pushed by Lao Chen, "Be quiet. They said that President Chu didn't want us to see him fail. So why are you talking so loudly?" Old Chen immediately reminded him. At this time, Liang Zia and others were a little depressed. They really wanted to see President Chu create a miracle again. It's just this scene that makes them a little disillusioned. "Boss, this is a swollen face and a fat man." Someone muttered softly, "Yeah, the server was attacked. Such a big thing has affected the normal operation of our game. At this time, I am still caring for my own face." Some newly recruited employees are even more speechless. President Chu shouldn't be so fond of face. Liang Zia frowned. The Chu Yi in his mind would not do such a thing. But Lao Chen is a professional, so his judgment should not be wrong. The engineer Lao Chen said earnestly, "President Chu is young and energetic after all. It's inevitable to have stronger self-esteem." Everyone should leave when everyone heard the words. They also lost interest and were about to return to their office seats. At this moment a voice sounded from behind them, "Old Chen, The Trojan program of the server has been fixed by me, and the maintenance of the server will be handed over to you. They looked back and saw Chu Yi standing at the door of the computer room with a calm face. President Chu, everyone was surprised. Old Chen and several operation and maintenance engineers had a ghostly expression. Mr. Chu, what did you say? It's done. It's only been 10 minutes, Old Chen was even more shocked. He had already walked into the computer room to check the status of the server. What's going on here? Several other operation and maintenance personnel also followed. But no matter how many of them checked, they could not find any faults. The server is running. All right. President Chu really solved the server problem. How is this possible? Old Chen's mouth was wide open. And he could just shove an egg. The other operation and maintenance engineers were also shocked. And Liang Zia and others at the back also squeezed into the computer room. And some of them took out their mobile phones and started to run through the fire line. Really, I can enter the game normally on my phone, Mr. Chu really got it. These employees were all blinded and looked at Lao Chen with his mouth wide open, and Chu Yi with a calm face next to him with a very confused expression. These employees still remember that just now. Lao Chen still swore that Chu Yi was not much better than a layman. He just pretended to be in front of the onlookers because of his self-esteem. However, how should the current situation be explained? The server is really working properly. Is it a blind cat and a dead mouse? Liang Zia and some other onlookers who were outsiders looked at Lao Chen with frowns. Their meaning is obvious. It should be Lao Chen who lied just now. Obviously, Chu Yi is a master. And it took only 10 minutes to solve the server problem. Old Chen was stared at by these eyes. His forehead was covered in sweat. It's just that he himself can't understand it, am I wrong? The real tech giants do things as cool as a sci-fi movie like President Chu. I came so much, I'm afraid I didn't take a fake class. Old Chen was shocked, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said bravely, Mr. Chu, never heard that you still have this skill. Hearing that, Chu Yi glanced at him and said with a chuckle, It's all right, I understand a little bit. I just heard that you, Lao Chen, have been a hacker before. Hearing this, everyone felt that Chu Yi's words were like a heavy hammer hitting their hearts. Okay, do you understand? Liang Zia and some other onlookers from outsiders were completely speechless at the moment. Obviously, the operation and maintenance work that Lao Chen had many years of work experience could not be solved was solved by Chu Yi in 10 minutes. Chu Yi's level is obviously much better than Lao Chen and the others. They heard it with their own ears just now. And Lao Chen said that they couldn't understand President Chu's operation. And Old Chen and a few younger operation and maintenance engineers were all ashamed, shouting wildly in their hearts, Mr. Chu, give me some way to survive. If this level is only okay and slightly understood, wouldn't our professional operation and maintenance be scum? At this moment, they also remembered that they were outside the computer room and swore that Chu was always a layman. At the moment they only felt ashamed. What is a great god? This is one-handed operation is as fierce as a tiger. And even the professionals like them are misunderstood. At this moment they can't wait to die on the tofu. And when Lao Chen heard the hacker mentioned by Chu Yi, he was a little stunned and said in a low voice, When I was young I was ignorant. But I learned some hacking techniques of three-legged cats. But Mr. Chu, I definitely didn't use hacking techniques. What illegal things have I done? When Lao Chen said this, he was also a little panicked. He was afraid that he would be resisted by Chu Yi because of his experience as a hacker. So he fired him, and Chu Yi also seemed to see Lao Chen's worry. Patted his shoulder lightly and said softly, It's nothing. I just want to ask Yao, have you heard of the NEO organization? NEO organization, when Lao Chen heard the words. His expression changed immediately. He looked up at Chu Yi in awe and asked, Mr. Chu, where did you hear about this organization? Is that the world's top hacker organization? Oh. You really know, let's talk about it. Chu Yi smiled lightly and did not answer Lao Chen's question, but continued to ask. Old Chen swallowed a mouthful of saliva. And when he heard the word NEO organization, He was also very surprised. The NEO organization is said to have gathered the world's top hackers and is an organization that worships technology. The most legendary figure in their organization is an unknown hacker codenamed Nightwalker. This Nightwalker has reached a terrifying level of hacking technology. 7 or 8 years ago, he did something that shocked the whole world. When Lao Chen said this, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked like he was still terrified. "Go on, don't sell your shit, old Chen," Liang Zia urged. The employees who were onlookers were also attracted by what Lao Chen said at the moment. The Nightwalker once broke through a large number of websites in various countries. And the most legendary shot was to break the US defense system, which is known as the strongest in the world. It is said that as long as the Nightwalker was willing, he could even control the launch of a nuclear bomb, causing a world war or even a nuclear winter. Hearing Lao Chen's words, Rion looked astonished. And Chu Yi also raised his eyebrows. Manipulating the launch of a nuclear bomb. This can destroy the city, right? This is the world's top hacker. That destructive power is really terrible. Liang Zia and the others were shocked beyond words. And then was the night traveler caught? Someone asked. When old Chen heard this, he just smiled bitterly. No. The Nightwalker is still alive and well. And no one even knows his Nationalitigen direct. Any information? The most ironic thing is that the fact that he once invaded the national defense system was also revealed by the Nightwalker himself later. Old Chen said with a wry smile. Facing everyone in the computer room, Lao Chen continued. And the US military also acquiesced in this matter. And opened a bounty list of tens of millions of dollars. It's just that he's still at large. And this Nightwalker is the founder of the NEO organization. Later I heard that the nature of this NEO organization has gradually changed. And it has become a for-profit organization for employment. But I don't know much about these specific things. After hearing Lao Chen's remarks, everyone seemed to have lingering fears. Hackers are scary, this Nightwalker is so terrifying. He has done such a horrific thing. And he is still able to get away with it so far. The most terrifying thing is that even now, no one has been able to know his identity. Liang Zia and others were completely intimidated by what Lao Chen said about this top hacker. Imagine a hacker sitting at home and being able to control the launch of a nuclear bomb from the defense system, or even directly destroy a city, killing countless people. At that moment, it could be said that the hacker held the lives of thousands of people in a city. And when Lao Chen finished speaking, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, there was a trace of doubt in his heart. Mr. Chu, what are you asking about the NEO organization? Oh, it's nothing. After I dealt with the server just now, I tracked it down, by the way. Cracked the encrypted IP address of the other party. And then hacked into the hacker's computer, by the way. And found that the person happened to be a member of the NEO organization. Chuya said lightly. The voices of the employees in the computer room disappeared. And only the sound of the server running was heard for a while. On the forehead of old Chen Chongliang, there were large beads of sweat dripping down. He wiped off the sweat and felt breathless for a while. The younger operators behind him looked like they had seen a ghost. Mr. Chu is very humorous. The NEO organization has gathered top hackers from all over the world. How could it possibly target our Zunteng company? Furthermore, it's only been 10 minutes. It's not enough to solve the server problem. It's still too exaggerated to track down and find the identity of the other party. Old Chen said with a smile, constantly wiping the sweat from his forehead. But Chuyi didn't laugh. He just looked at Lao Chen with a blank expression. Not joking at all. And Liang Zia and other onlookers didn't know what to say at the moment. Just now, Lao Chen was still talking about the legendary deeds of NEO, the founder of this top hacking organization, who once controlled the lives of everyone in the entire city. After they listened to it, they were still lamenting the horror of top hackers. For laymen like Liang Zia and others, what are these NEOs and what are Nightwalkers? Although it sounds really scary, but it is very far away from them. For them, this is just a talk after drinking. Contrary to their expectations, this NEO organization entered their lives immediately. Moreover, it is still in such a way as to invade the company's server. If it is said that the NEO organization is the world's top hacker organization, what level can it be to defuse the intrusion of the NEO organization and even track the intrusion into the other party's computer by President Chu? In the crowd, I don't know who sighed like that. The sweat on Lao Chen's forehead is even more. He still felt a little weird in his heart. The young boss of his own company actually has superb hacking skills. And it seems that he is more clever than the hacker who invaded the company's NEO organization. Lao Chen suddenly thought of what Chu Yi had done in front of the computer. It was like a sci-fi movie scene. His fingers flew quickly on the keyboard. Lines of instructions flowed from his fingertips, and 3 large screens displayed dauntingly dense data. Could it be that Mr. Chu wasn't pretending just now, but a top-level expert like him? This kind of cool operation like a sci-fi movie is normal. Old Chen's mind was almost chaotic, and at this moment, the corners of Chu Yi's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a smile, yet just kidding. I heard you talk so vigorously, Lao Chen, it's just a joke. After speaking, Chu Yi turned to look at Liang Xia and others who had been watching, and said, have you been lazy enough? Now that the server is running normally again, don't hurry back to work. Liang Xia and others hurriedly left, and Chu Yi also walked towards the office. Lao Chen stood in the computer room and frowned. In the end, Chu Yi suddenly admitted that he was joking, which made Lao Chen feel that something was not right. There is no doubt that President Chu can solve the server problem within 10 minutes. He must be a rare master. So is President Chu joking in the end? Lao Chen's mind became a mess, and he was constantly plagued by this problem. Entering his private office, Chu Yi closed the door, pulling out a USB flash drive from his pocket. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. NEO organization attacking my company. Well, it's time for liquidation, Chu Yi smiled coldly, sat back at his desk, and inserted the USB flash drive into his laptop. When he was in the computer room just now, he really wasn't joking thanks to the help of Jarvis, the top AI in the sci-fi world. Chu Yi has mastered the top hacking techniques of the sci-fi era. For this world, Chu Yi's hacking skills are completely beyond the times. Before did crack and hack into the hacker's computer, and learned the identity information of the other party and NEO. And the U-disk in his hand was the IP address of the NEO hacker and other identity information that he copied down just now. Turning on the computer and browsing the information in the USB flash drive, Chu Yi quickly entered the other party's computer again and again. This person also regularly logs on to a small website on the dark web and communicates with some anonymous people. Chu Yi broke through the backend of this small website on the dark web and browsed the data information inside. The people of the NEO organization communicate through this website. That's easy by cracking their account information. I can trace the IP addresses of all the members of the NEO organization again, and hack into their computers. Chu Yi smiled lightly. What he has now is completely beyond the era of hacking technology. And this so-called world's top hacker organization, NEO, their intrusion techniques and techniques in Chu Yi's view were extremely clumsy. The websites of these NEO organizations, as well as their personal computers for Chu Yi, are the same as defenseless at the same time. In every corner of the world, computer equipment in different people's homes and offices started silently on their own. And then a window popped up. Kevin squinted and looked at the window that suddenly popped up on his computer desktop. This is a simple chat room window with dozens of IDs. What shocked Kevin was that the IDs here were all the code names of the members of their NEO organization, except for an unfamiliar ID of a marked administrator, NEO's long-lost father. Kevin's mind was spinning and his response was very fast. In a short time, he wanted to understand this sudden thing. My computer device suddenly pops up such a window. And except for that administrator ID, Everyone else is a member of our NEO organization. Kevin frowned in the secret organization of NEO. There is only one person who knows the IDs of all the members. This person is Kevin himself, the founder of the NEO organization, the legendary hacker Nightwalker at this moment. Kevin also quickly figured out the whole story. Someone hacked into my computer and forcibly planted a chat group applet. No, the hacker who hacked into my computer also hacked into the computers of all members of the NEO organization. There must be such a window on other people's computer screens at the moment. Kevin thought of this. Even his expression filled with a hint of horror. This idea is too terrifying. Their NEO organization is already the world's top hacker organization. But there is actually a super hacker who can hack into all their computers. Kevin forcibly suppressed the surprise in his heart and calmed himself down. Slowly, there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Very well, I like the challenge the most. For so many years no one has ever been able to do this. Even in the government departments of major countries, including the FBI. I didn't expect that after so many years. I finally met a challenger. Kevin smiled lightly and a frenzy began to fill his eyes. He started to get excited. There is finally someone in this world who is qualified to be my opponent. I don't know how you found the trail of our NEO organization. However, you should also be eager to compete with legendary hackers like me, Nightwalker. Maybe that's why you hacked into my computer. Kevin muttered to himself, his eyes suddenly burning with a strong fighting spirit. Over the years except for that time, when he invaded the national defense system and held the lives of thousands of people in a city in his hands, Kevin has never been so excited. I don't know which corner of the world is a super hacker. I'm looking forward to confronting you at this moment. In the simple chat room window, a line of words quickly appeared. Kevin laughed. His expression became solemn and sat upright, and stared at the computer screen in front of him. NEO's long-lost father, how are you, my silly sons? Kevin coughed violently, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Kevin's eyes were splitting, looking at the line of words on the screen. He was excited for a while just now, thinking that he had encountered a rare opponent and was about to start a duel on the internet. But the other party is actually speaking out and insulting their entire NEO organization. It's a complete disregard for them. And with the release of this line of information about the administrator ID, the chat room window quickly became lively. Black Crow, who are you, Wast? You hacked into my computer. Interesting, but you're too arrogant. Tit, don't force it. You hacked into my computer, what's your purpose? Just tell me. Kevin hesitated for a while, but decided not to speak for the time being, and silently peeked at the screen before speaking, and then the unfamiliar administrator said something that shocked Kevin. NEO's long-lost father, your organization is very secretive. Apart from your leaders, Nightwalkers, you don't know each other yet. NEO's long-lost father, yes. I'm your long-lost father. And now you can say hello to each other and get to know each other. You're trying to s me off. NEO's long-lost father, oh by the way. Don't even think about turning it off or forcibly unplugging the network cable. I have obtained the actual information of each of you. If you do not cooperate, I will send your personal information to the FBI within 5 minutes. NEO's long-lost father, after all, your identities are quite valuable. Almost everyone has a reward, and the highest one has reached tens of millions of dollars. S, are you kidding? No one can silently hack into the computers of everyone in our organization. NEO's long-lost father, silly boy. I just hacked into your computer now. How can I believe everything you say? NEO's long-lost father, at WASD, your question is excellent. NEO's long-lost father, next in order to show my sincerity, I will randomly select a lucky person and publish his real identity here. As for whether it is true or not, you can judge for yourself. NEO's long-lost father, who is so lucky at WASD. Congratulations on winning the lottery. The declaration of winning the lottery is unnecessary. I will go straight to the topic, WASD wait. NEO's long-lost father, Ben Carson, male 34 years old, is a senior software engineer at a giant hard company, and his sexual orientation is also male. But he is still not out of the closet. The place of residence is. The unfamiliar hacker with the administrator ID directly sent a large text message, and the description was quite detailed, which made people shudder. Kevin, who had been watching the screen silently, took a deep breath. As the world's top hacker and the founder of the NEO organization, Kevin doesn't just know the virtual ID of each organization member. He has also silently invaded the computers of members of his own organization and obtained the real identity information of the other party. And the information posted on the chat group at this moment is exactly the same as what he remembers. And it is even more detailed. This terrible super hacker, what he said is actually true. Kevin thought in disbelief. In the chat group window at the moment, after a period of silence, Asomion spoke again. T***s, what's the matter, is it true? I don't know what he's talking about. NEO's long-lost father next. I will send your personal information through the private chat window, and you must be able to verify the authenticity from now on. After this sentence, the entire chat group fell silent. Kevin looked at the screen in front of him and suddenly felt an unspeakable heart palpitation. Could this unknown hacker have also obtained my identity information? Kevin crossed this thought in his mind, only to feel a burst of fear. The other party had obviously hacked into his computer. As a top hacker, Kevin knew that what the other party said was probably true. When Kevin was worried, the window vibrated the next moment, and a private chat window popped up. Kevin glanced at it quickly, only to feel that his heart was half cold. That is indeed his identity information is correct. After thinking about it, he typed in the chat group with a heavy emotion. Nightcrawler, what do you want? As his words emerged, the chat group suddenly exploded. T***s, are you really the boss? Do you also? Black Crow, has everyone's real-life identity information been leaked? Was the boss, you were also hacked? Almost all the IDs started to speak at this time, and they all felt incredible after a period of discussion. They also reached a consensus under the speech of the leader Nightwalker. The unfamiliar hacker who suddenly pulled everyone in the organization into the chat room has indeed got hold of all of them. And amongst them even the legendary hacker, the founder of the NEO organization, Nightwalker. NEO's long-lost father, my silly sons. You finally reacted, XD. Kevin sat in front of the computer and rubbed his brows wearily. The members of his NEO organization were still facing a formidable enemy, and they all had headaches. But this mysterious hacker has always been this sloppy answer. This made Kevin a little speechless, thought about it, and typed a line again. Nightcrawler, come on, what do you want? NEO's long-lost father, first of all. Everyone has to pay a ransom to the account I gave. The specific amount. I will set the price according to the interestingness of your profile. Kevin's face is full of black lines. This strange and mysterious hacker seems to be planning to price according to his own mood. However, Kevin is still a little worried, and other members of the organization are nothing more. As a legendary hacker's Nightwalker, I am afraid that this time he will bleed a lot. WASD, which country's currency is it? $Euro. NEO's long-lost father, Bitcoin. Kevin frowned slightly. Bitcoin, a virtual currency, is much safer than currencies issued by all other countries in this underground transaction. Their NEO organization also used Bitcoin as a transaction currency. So Kevin didn't care much. The current market price of Bitcoin is about the same as the value of the US dollar. Kevin's mind moved slightly. He was worried that there would not be enough Bitcoins to pay. Soon, the words typed by the mysterious hacker appeared again on the simple chat room window in front of Kevin. NEO's long-lost father, okay. I've settled on all the amounts at WASD, 100,000 Bitcoins. At TIT, 300,000 Bitcoins. The members of the organization who were named were not so angry. Today's bitcoins are only about the same value as US dollars. And hundreds of thousands of dollars are not too broken for the world's top hackers like them. Even some of the hackers were secretly happy. These amounts of Bitcoin are nothing compared to the danger of their personally identifiable information being leaked. However, with the repeated quotations from the mysterious hacker, the faces of the NEO organization members behind the screen slowly turned blue. Soon, the mysterious hacker reported the amount of most of the members of the organization, leaving only the last person, Nightwalker. Kevin, in front of the computer screen, took a deep breath. He already had a hunch in his heart, this mysterious hacker, who can announce its order at the end, is probably going to blackmail him severely. Sure enough, a line of words appeared on the screen at the next moment. NEO's long-lost father, at Nightwalker. Your identity is quite interesting. And you are also the boss, Harriso. Give me 1,000,000 bitcoins. At everyone in 10 minutes, hit the account below. Kevin almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. If it is $1,000,000, really won't break his bones. But this 1,000,000 bitcoins, although the current value is equivalent to the US dollar, are actually very different. Kevin made a rough estimate that the amount of Bitcoin extorted by each member of his organization ranged from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. In addition to the ransom of 1,000,000 bitcoins, the total amount of bitcoins to be extorted by the entire NEO organization is as high as 3 million. You must know that the total amount of bitcoins is limited, with a total of 21 million. And the bitcoins currently circulating in the market are about 15 million. And these 3 million bitcoins are equivalent to 1/5 of the amount in the global market. Such a large amount of transactions will inevitably cause Bitcoin volatility and appreciation. That is to say, they are likely to be forced to buy Bitcoin at an amount that is many times higher than the market price. 10 minutes move fast. Kevin's forehead also seeped a large amount of fine sweat. Now, it's time for him to compete with the members of his organization. The members who shoot later may need to pay the ransom at a price dozens or hundreds of times higher than the market price. For a time, all the members of the NEO organization went crazy. In this short period of time, they have already used all their strengths and exerted various means. Soon 10 minutes passed. Kevin sat beside the computer with a livid face. Just now, he had paid the ransom to the account given by the mysterious hacker. The ransom was as high as 1,000,000 bitcoins. But within 10 minutes spent nearly $10 million. Kevin gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Damn. If you can give me more time, I can hack into other people's accounts on the global network and directly steal bitcoins. But in just 10 minutes, even me, I can't steal much. Kevin only felt a burst of prostration and collapsed on the chair. $10 million, almost all of his savings. The next moment in the simple chat room window, a line of words appeared again. What more does this be? ******* want? Aren't a few million bitcoins enough? Kevin was completely mad. But when he saw the line of words on the screen clearly, the whole person was stunned. NEO's long-lost father. Okay. The issue of the ransom has been resolved. You don't have to worry. The personal information I have collected will not be released. NEO's long-lost father. But then, it's time to clear up the hatred. Let me ask, who hired you to hack into the servers of Xunteng? Kevin was stunned for a while. Xunteng company. What company is that? But soon reacted. And the whole person stood up furious. He now understands why this mysterious hacker hacked and extorted all members of their NEO organization. At the beginning, he thought that this mysterious hacker was a challenger who wanted to show off his skills, gain a sense of presence in front of the legendary hacker Nightwalker, and even challenge him. But soon Kevin realized that he was wrong. This person, in the whole chatting process, always used a very frivolous tone, completely ignoring his night traveler. And within a few minutes of the chat window popping up, Kevin also tried to use his world's top hacking technology to track and lock the other party's address. However, the result gave Kevin a chill. As a legendary hacker, He could not find any way to crack the opponent's offensive or reverse the opponent's address. While this made Kevin's heart bitter, he finally determined that this mysterious hacker was not targeting his Night Walker himself, because his hacking skills are not at the same level as the other party at all. The gap is simply a world of difference at this moment. Kevin finally understood why this incredibly powerful hacker invaded their NEO organization. Some idiot must have been hired to attack that Zunteng company, only to provoke a super hacker instead. While Kevin was angry, he also felt chills. What kind of giant company is Zunteng company? Where did such a powerful hacker come from? At this time in the chat room window, someone spoke again. It is the *net1 company. And with the appearance of this sentence, the chat window suddenly exploded. T***s, it's actually you Black Crow F***k. You cost me millions of dollars. Son, just because of the list you took. Our entire organization has suffered such a huge loss. I'm the worst one, okay? All my personal information has been disclosed, son, I see. Your personal information is correct, Ben Carson, right? T***s, let us suffer such a big loss. Wash your neck and wait to die, Black Crow, wait to die. Son, wait to die, Wast. At Chinese letter BOSS, I just made some extra money. You see they are doing too much. Actually threatening my real personal safety. Kevin's face was gloomy. He looked at this on the screen, and the corners of his eyes kept twitching. Holy **king shit. He slammed the table hard, his face gloomy and uncertain. Just because of the extra money earned by members of this organization, he suddenly lost nearly $10 million. Even as the world's top hacker organization, it was invaded by outsiders, and it was completely reduced to a joke right now. Kevin has no sympathy for WASD, at Allen even kills him. NEO's long-lost father, Havery Good. You let me enjoy such a good show at the end. This small group will end here. See you later if you have a chance, including Kevin. All the members of the NEO organization sitting in front of the computer all over the world couldn't help shivering. Goodbye, does the ghost want to see you again? Kevin's heart was filled with quite complex emotions, including anger, runny and fear, until now. He still doesn't know. Which country is this mysterious hacker who swept away 3 million bitcoins? Is it a man or a woman's? The chat room window disappeared at this moment, and Kevin's computer returned to normal. Kevin then worked hard, trying to find the clues of the other party's invasion. But the result made him ashamed. Everything is normal on my computer now. There is no sign of a Trojan or virus being planted. Kevin frowned in thought. Is this person's conscience discovered and deleted all the viruses and Trojans? Or is he too clever? The Trojans or viruses are still hidden in the hard disk of my computer, but I can't find it. Thinking of this, Kevin broke into a cold sweat once again. This computer, let's change it. It's better to move to another house. It's too dangerous to be targeted by such super hackers. Kevin wiped away a sweat. He has always been the only one who hacked into other people's computers. But at this time, he finally realized the fear of personal information being held in the hands of others. The mysterious hacker said that the party that was attacked was Zunteng. Kevin still had some lingering fears in his heart. Zunteng company in the future. All members of the NEO organization will be prohibited from taking jobs related to this company. This unknown hacker is too dangerous. Zunteng company in Chuya's office. With a smile on his lips, Chuya sat down on the chair. 3 million bitcoins, this is really a fortune. In this world, Bitcoin has not yet exploded. It is really bloody to start Bitcoin at this time. Chuya was still a little excited, in the past life. The terrifying explosion of Bitcoin made investors all over the world scared. At its low ebbs, Bitcoin was worth around $1. During the period of the appalling explosion, the value of Bitcoin was as high as nearly $20,000, soaring nearly 20,000 times this terrifying data. Compared to all investment methods such as stocks, Real estate does not know how high it is. Now Chuya has 3 million bitcoins, which is an astronomical 20% of the current global market. If it is said that the bitcoins in this world have also reached the appalling height of the previous life, then Chuya's hand is equivalent to tens of billions of extra coins out of thin air. That is simply a step to the sky. Enough to be on the rich list of the country this time. The huge transaction of 3 million bitcoins is enough to cause volatility in the global Bitcoin market. Maybe the Bitcoin surge in this world will come faster. Chuya smiled and he was in a very happy mood now. But after a while, his smile also showed a hint of coldness. Net One companies, the asterisk game industry giant, to actually use this method. It's too rude, Chuya frowned. With the scale of his Zunteng company, he is now a hit with the game Crossfire. Perhaps because of this, Net One felt that the existence of Zunteng might threaten the interests of Net One. So next, how do I repay Net One? Chuya has a lot of thoughts in his heart hesitating, but he has not made up his mind. Let's hear what my dog friends have to say. With a move in his heart, Chuya opened a virtual screen on the desk, which is the window of the Wanji chat group. After a quick glance, the previous chat records actually reached 99 plus, all of which were discussions of Peter Parker and others about the Do-Break sphere. It seems that the online novels in that world are quite acceptable among the characters in this other world. Chuya smiled slightly before. He originally decided to upload the remaining content of Do-Break sphere. But a server invasion occurred suddenly. Chuya friends, I'm back. Peter Parker, the disconnected group owner, is back. Fight to break the sky follow-up. Jarvis, fight to break the sky follow-up +1. Red Queen, ask for follow-up +2. Dabi, ask for follow-up +3. Chuya guys, you don't want to know did I suddenly disconnect. A very interesting thing happened before. Peter Parker, interesting, can you eat? I just want to fight the follow-up of the sky. If you don't give it to me, I'll hums Chuya. Dabi at Chuya, what happened again? I remember last time you said that after crossing the line of fire, it was very popular and the company was also rising. Chuya, one of the game industry giants in Daxia Net One, hired top hackers to hack into our servers, causing server downtime. Jarvis, isn't that self-feeding? Chuya looked at the line of words on the chat log window with a confused expression. Peter Parker, what kind of difficult position is this? Red Queen, Chuya, what are you talking about? This astringent ethos is too obscene for the pure me. Dabi, you can't discuss astringent content in the group. This is too big for it. Peter Parker, who is restless in adolescence. Peter Parker, isn't the meme of adolescence agitation over yet? Jarvis and Jarvis, this breakout is probably a bug. What I want to say is self-inflicted humiliation. Jarvis, didn't the group owner have the hacker skill card I gave before? For the group owner with my hacking skills in hand, it must be easy to capture. Peter Parker, no need to explain, you sweet AI. Red Queen at Jarvis, you seem to have access to the global network at any time. It seems that you have fallen for a long time. Chuya, let's get down to business. How do you think it should be repaid for this kind of unfair behavior by Net One? Jarvis, isn't that easy, you also hack his server. Dabi, I don't think it's possible. Improper behavior should be avoided, even if the other party invades first. Red Queen, then in addition to hacking the server, hack all the computers of their company. Chuya, isn't that more extreme? Chuya, what do you think of it? Chinese letter XI, what do you think? Peter Parker, I'm Spider-Man Crab. Peter Parker, I think it's okay to sneak into Net One's headquarters and beat their boss. Chuya, I really shouldn't have asked you. Red Queen at Chuya, let me give a serious suggestion. Since everyone is a game company, then use the fairest way to destroy his most profitable game. Dabi, I think it's okay. It is indeed a legitimate act to defeat the opponent by formal and legal means. You can try it. The main force sat at the computer desk and stretched out. His eyes opened from the chat window in midair and landed on the computer screen in front of him. Chuya's understanding of the giant in the industry is actually limited. After all, for the previous Zunteng company, It has not yet reached the point of challenging the industry giants like Wanji. The most profitable game of Wanji Company. Chuyi searched the internet and soon he found the result. The majority of Net1's profits depend on a PC-side online game called Endless Battle. Is it a MOBA type game? This Endless Battle has even made Wang Wang the top 3 industry giants in one fell swoop. Chuyi squinted his eyes and showed a somewhat dangerous smile. The majority of Wanji's profits depend on this game. Does that mean that as long as this game is defeated, Wanji will basically be cold when it comes to MOBA games? It must be the world-famous League of Legends. Chuyi patted his head and immediately had an idea. If you can make League of Legends, and then optimize it at the top AI level, then Wanji will basically be Judgy. His eyes turned to the virtual screen in midair, and he typed, "The most profitable game of Net1 is a PC MOBA game called Endless Battle. As long as this Endless Battle is defeated, Net1 is basically Judgy. Red Queen, what is MOBA? Peter Parker, is it a new game genre in your world? It doesn't exist in my world. Dabi, there are no MOBA games in Minecraft. Jarvis, +1. Chuyi scratched his head, which was a little difficult. Characters in these other worlds do not have enough knowledge of MOBA games. So it is impossible to develop League of Legends. After thinking about it, Chuyi typed, MOBA is a multiplayer online team competition game. Players are divided into 2 groups. Destroying the enemy's building will declare victory. Peter Parker, even if you say that, we don't understand. Red Queen, is there any more vivid way, for example? Uploading memories. Peter Parker, you are trying to trick the group owner to upload your memory again. But at Chuyi, please follow up. Chuyi smiled slightly. He forgot to upload the memory function just now. With a move in his heart, he directly uploaded the memory of a League of Legends game he played in his previous life to the chat group. The chat group window vibrated, and a line of system prompts appeared. Group owner Chuyi uploaded a memory, please click to view. After a period of silence, the characters were all excited. Peter Parker at Chuyi. You don't need to upload Battle Breaker first. You can follow up. And you can upload a few more videos of this kind of game. Dabi, it's very interesting, I also want to try it out. Jarvis, is this a MOBA game, a brand new type of game? The quality of this game is also good. It should be able to beat the product of the company you said. Red Queen, I'm almost tired of the previous Crossfire game. But I don't really like this MOBA game. Chuyi hesitated for a while. It seemed that the Red Queen didn't seem to have a lot of motivation. He thought about it and typed, of course I won't let you work in vain again. Well, whoever of you helped me develop this League of Legends, I will send the rest of the full text of Dabi to him in the private chat window. Peter Parker, I suddenly want to be an A. And I can develop games in exchange for breaking the sky. How wonderful, Dabi, I am a medical assistant robot. And my computing power is far from the level of developing a game. Jarvis, time to show the real technology. Jarvis, at Chuyi. I am also a top A. As long as you send me enough League of Legends memories, I can definitely develop this game. Red Queen, okay, anyway, I don't like MOBA games very much. Since someone has taken the lead, then I will forget about it. Chuyi in front of the computer screen was stunned for a moment. And then a smile appeared on his face. His original intention was to ask Red to help him develop the League of Legends game again. But now Jarvis has volunteered and it is also a top-level AI. The game he wants to develop will not be much worse than the one developed by the Red Queen. And Chuyi will naturally not refuse. After thinking about it, Chuyi directly opened the private chat window with Jarvis, and then sent a lot of memories of the League of Legends, as well as the full text of the fight against the sky. To Jarvis, the memory data has been received. And this amount of data is sufficient for development. Just wait a few days. Thigh's League of Legends game. I will help you develop it. Hello, I'm your personal health assistant. Dabi looked at Ziohung in front of him and blinked. This is the beginning of the Super Marines movie. Dabi meets the protagonist Ziohung for the first time in the laboratory of the producer, Ajeng. However, Dabi has actually seen such a scene countless times in the movie Memory, uploaded by Chuyi. Ziohengend Zhengthai's time. I will take good care of your safety. Dabi secretly made up his mind, but on the surface, he still looked like a cute, inflatable robot. After watching countless movie memories, Dabi's strongest idea is to enter the burning building instead of Zheng in the fire in the plot. So as to avoid Zheng's death, Dabi slowly moved a few steps in the direction of Zheng, and his movements were very cute. Then he looked at Zheng and said, Zheng, I am a healing and nursing robot, but my movement is too slow. Please strengthen my mobility. Zheng was also a little stunned. He scratched his head and said, but I think, isn't this slow movement very cute? It can fully show your cute and harmless characteristics. Dabi blinked and continued, however, in the event of an emergency, my slow movement speed may make it too late to ask for help. It makes sense. Zheng had never considered this possibility. At this time, Zioheng's eyes lit up and he interjected. Mobility modification. I have a very good idea to add a jet engine unit with a glider. So that, not to mention the speed of movement, you can even fly. Zioheng was completely excited. Dabi is just a medical care robot. It doesn't need any flying function. Zheng was speechless and retorted. At this time, Dabi opened his mouth and said, no. In some extreme environments, the ability to fly may help save lives. Dabi's eyes passed through the window and fell on the building in the dark. For example, when a fire breaks out, if I have the flight function, I can quickly enter the fire scene and save the human beings who can't escape in time. Zheng was slightly taken aback and looked at Dabi with surprised eyes. That makes sense. Remodeling things I can also help. Zioheng is interested in transforming Dabi. Time passed, and soon came the day when the fire broke out in the plot. This time, Dabi followed Zioheng and the others from a distance. At night, the exhibition building like the one in the movie caught a violent fire. Sure enough, everything is exactly the same as the movie Memory that the group owner showed me. Dabi stood in the crowd from a distance, watching the burning buildings, while everyone was screaming and running away from the building. Two people went against the flow of people and came to the burning building. That is the protagonist Zioheng and his big brother, Zheng, who will later die in the fire. The professor is still inside. I have to go and save him. Zheng looked solemn, and after saying this to Zioheng, he turned and ran towards the burning building. This time his figure slammed into a soft mass. Dabi, why are you here? Zheng said in surprise. He never gave Dabi an order to follow. The current situation made him a little confused. My body material is resistant to high temperatures, which is just right for firefighting. Zheng, please stay here. Dabi left such a sentence. The jet engine was turned on, and his figure rushed directly into the sea of fire. After a while, Dabi reappeared in front of the building with the professor with an extremely complicated face in his arms. At this moment, the building exploded violently and then collapsed quickly. Looking at Zheng and Zioheng, whose faces were full of incredulity and still confused, Dabi only felt joy in his heart. Fortunately, I joined the Wanji chat group, and I had the opportunity to prevent this scene in the future. Resident Evil World Spence, who was wearing a security uniform, took a deep breath, still looking a little nervous. In front of him is the core laboratory of the Umbrella Company, which also has the purpose of his visit to the T-Virus. Finally, he pushed open the door in front of him, but the scene in front of him made him completely stunned. Dozens of heavily armed company security guards raised their firearms and fired at him the moment he opened the door. Spence didn't react at all. His whole body had been beaten into a sieve, and he collapsed to the ground weakly in the laboratory. On a monitor screen, a lowly in red looked at this scene and smiled coldly. After waiting for so long, I finally waited until the beginning of the movie plot. You have come to steal the T-Virus, just in this way. The T-Virus has not leaked. So is the world a little less exciting, Net One Company. President Ding Sanchi's face was ashen as he looked at the Vice President Wang Huyan in front of him. You mean the hacker attack was not only diffused, but also found out? Is it someone hired by our company? The Vice President surnamed Wang nodded solemnly. When he heard the news from the hacker who was hired just now, he was also bewildered. Ding Sanchi stood up, paced back and forth in the office irritably, and couldn't help saying, I told you a long time ago to find some smarter hackers. Is it okay now? It actually exposed us. That hacker really doesn't talk about professional ethics at all. Ding Sanchi was still a little resentful, not to mention the cost of hiring hackers. Now that Zun Teng has learned about their methods, this is a complete tear. Vice President Wang Huyan's eyes twitched, and he was also a little helpless. He picked up a tablet, swiped on it a few times, opened several browser windows, and showed it to Ding Sanchi. Mr. D. That Zun Teng company may have more energy than we expected. The NEO organization I hired is already the world's top hacker organization. But the result... Ding Sanchi looked at the screen of the tablet computer and was also slightly startled. On that screen, there are several cascading news windows, and the keywords of each news are the NEO organization and hackers. A member of the well-known hacker group NEO has been arrested in Los Angeles in connection with multiple portal attacks. According to its disclosure, the NEO organization suffered a blackmail, and this member's personal information was exposed. Ding Sanchi frowned and looked up at Wang Huyan. You mean Zun Teng is related to these events? Vice President Wang Huyan smiled bitterly and continued. This timing is too coincidental. I'm afraid it's the hackers hired by Zun Teng Company to do. What? And Zun Teng Company can have access to this level of hackers. It should not be as simple as we think. Ding Sanchi narrowed his eye space and thought, and then said, then we should probably ease the relationship with Zun Teng Company. Go and apologize. There is no permanent enemy in the business field, and they will surely accept it. Me. Vice President Wang Huyan was slightly taken aback. Of course it's you. The hackers you hired are unreliable. Then you have to wipe your in this matter. Ding Sanchi said angrily. Wang Huyan smiled bitterly and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something and said again, Mr. Ding, this Zun Teng company does have a set of game quality. Otherwise, we can try to cooperate with them. They produce the game content, and we produce the platform and operation. After this cooperation is reached, presumably they will not refuse. Ding Sanchi's eyes lit up when he heard it. Okay, old Wang. Your method is reliable, but when the time comes, remember to lower your posture. Chuyi is young and vigorous. Wang Huyan nodded repeatedly and said yes, but still had a headache thinking about the situation he was about to face. On the second day, Zun Teng Company, what? Wang Huyan, vice president of Net 1, wants to talk to me about business cooperation. Chu Yi was a little puzzled but nodded anyway. Okay, I understand. You go down first. When the subordinate closed the door and left, Chu Yi immediately opened a virtual screen in midair and typed quickly. Chu Yi, the vice president of Net 1. He just said that he wanted to come to my side to discuss cooperation. What the hell do you think about Net 1's? Urgent online and so on. Peter Parker got it, the dirty PY deal. Jarvis, Wang Yi's attitude is nothing more than threats and inducements. Or bowing his head to reconcile Chu Yi at Jarvis. I forgot that you are the AI of a big company. You should have experience with this kind of thing. Jarvis, since the vice president of Net 1 has come to the door, he should not make such a thing as a door-to-door threat. It is more likely to be an inducement or an apology and reconciliation. Jarvis, but since Net 1 is a giant, even if you bow your head to reconcile, your attitude will not be too low. Peter Parker, sure enough. Jarvis, if you can accept the reconciliation of Wanji, then you can take advantage of the other party to settle the loss and get more bargaining chips. But the specifics will depend on the actual situation. Red Queen, reconciliation for what? Just follow the previous discussion, launch a new game, and defeat Wanji head-on. Isn't that enough? Jarvis, the giant company has a better platform. if you can take advantage of this time to settle the loss and reach a cooperation. The group owner of your company will be a great help. This time Jarvis and Queen Red, who are both AIs, have diametrically opposite ideas. The Red Queen is more directos, not seek cooperation, and proposes to defeat Net 1 head-on. As the AI of Stark Industrial Enterprise, Jarvis came to negotiate with him based on his interests. Chuya tapped the table lightly, thinking carefully. Soon he had a decision. Resolve peacefully with Wanji Company. Maybe this choice will bring more benefits to our company. But since I came to this world, I have to live a little more recklessly. The opponent attacks me with small means, then counterattack. As for compromising in exchange for more benefits, none. After thinking about this, Chuya felt relieved. Mr. Wang, our President Chu, is in the office over there. Please come here. Wang Huyan, vice president of Wanji, glanced at the surrounding offices calmly and calmed down. It seems that I think too much. It is impossible for a company with a background to be so small. Wang Huyan suddenly felt a bit of confidence. And even under this sweep, he saw some employees of Zunteng Company and cast a surprised look at him. The vice president of Wanji's company is here. It seems that he wants to discuss cooperation with our President Chu. I didn't expect our company to come this far. It's a sign that even the vice president of Wanji has come to visit. Listening to the whispers of some Zunteng Company employees, Wang Huyan smiled slightly, puffed out his chest, and there was a slight contempt in the corners of his eyes. From the words of these employees, he could hear some lack of self-confidence. As if he came here as an honor for this small company. Yes. Our Net 1 company has been a giant in Daxia for many years. How can such a small company compare with us? We already have several office buildings. And this Zunteng Company, the entire office area can be seen at a glance. With a little more confidence in his heart, Wang Huyan smiled slightly. Wang Huyan strode to Chuya's office and knocked on the door. I saw Chuya sitting at the desk, looking at the visiting Wang Huyan with a half-smile expression on his face. After a moment of greetings, Wang Huyan opened the conversation first. The incident a few days ago was the fault of our Net 1. As such a large company, some measures were indeed inappropriate. President Chu, please forgive me. Wang Huyan, vice president of Wangyi, said with a smile. Chuyi raised his brows and glanced at the precious tea leaves in Wang Huyan's hands. But his expression did not change, and he still seemed to be smiling rather than smiling. What's the matter? Wang Huyan frowned. It seemed that Zunteng Company still had grievances in its heart, and had no intention of reconciliation, however. He also thought about his words and continued to laugh. Before your company's Crossfire game was released, a gunfight mobile game from our Net 1s. Isn't it better to compare it? Chuya's expression changed slightly. Could it be that this Wang Huyan was really prepared to apologize sincerely? Afterwards, the person in charge of the mobile game project team of our company had an improper idea and hired hackers without authorization. President Chu, you are also very clear about the latter. Wang Huyan laughed, patted his chest and said, but Mr. Don't worry. The person in charge of the project team has been fired from our website for playing such a small trick. Chuya's expression changed and he also smiled. But his heart was clear. What kind of person in charge of the project team? I'm afraid it's not a scapegoat at this point. He still wants to put aside his relationship with Wang Yi's decision. Let's reveal this matter first. President Wang, let's talk about your purpose. Chuya smiled lightly. He already knew something about the attitude of Net 1 Company. On the other hand, Wang Huyan was overjoyed, and the confidence in his heart increased a bit in his eyes. Chuyi said that the end of the matter should be the meaning of reconciliation. Thinking of this, the smile on his face became stronger. Mr. Chu, the game quality of your previous Zunteng Company is very good, and it also has a unique free strategy. And our Net 1 Company has a top domestic platform, as well as a mature operating system and team. If our two companies jointly develop a game, With your company's game development, coupled with our Net1 platform and operations, it can definitely detonate the entire domestic market. Chuya didn't speak, but he was suddenly shocked. Seeing that Chuya didn't answer, Wang Hyojin's smile faded slightly. As for the profit of the game, our two companies can share proportionally. Your Zonteng company accounts for 70%, and our network accounts for 30%. How about it? Chuya was slightly serious and did not express his position immediately. But his heart was shaken. Jarvis' judgment is really right. Net1 is really here to discuss cooperation. Furthermore, it is actually proposed to divide into 73. And there should be room for maneuvers. Maybe we can continue to talk about 82. Chuya's expression was indifferent. If you hadn't prepared in advance, you'd be clear about your unwillingness to compromise. Chuya might be persuaded when he suddenly heard about the cooperation method of Wanji Company. 73 is divided into this ratio, which means that Zonteng is taking advantage of it. You must know that the platform promotion and follow-up operation of a game is also a very important part. Although Chuya's current company has become famous in Daxia, its operation team and strategy cannot be compared with Net1. The only thing that can surpass Net1 is the quality of the game itself and the gimmicks of free games. I might have been persuaded before, but now. Chuya looked at Wang Huyan on the opposite side. He has decided that he will not compromise with his enemy's choice. In the office, Chuya smiled at Wang Huyan. Mr. Wang, your Net1 company. This cooperation condition is indeed full of sincerity. Hearing this, Wang Huyan breathed a sigh of relief. And he also smiled. But there was an imperceptible contempt in the corner of his eyes. Sure enough, it's a small company. As long as I put down my figure a little bit and take the initiative to discuss cooperation, is it still not a matter of changing my attitude and agreeing immediately? Wang Huyan stood up and stretched out his hand towards Chuyi, ready to shake hands, and then continued to talk about the details of the cooperation. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Chuyi smiled and said something she could not imagine. I reject. Wang Huyan's eyes widened slightly, and the outstretched hand froze there. Chuyi had already stood up, turned his back to him, and looked out the window at the row upon row of tall buildings. You hired hackers to attack my server and used such abusive methods. Do you think there is a possibility of cooperation with our company? Wang Huyan's face twitched and he said, Mr. This matter is indeed due to the poor supervision of our top management on Net1. At this moment, Chuyi suddenly turned around and strode toward him. Wang Huyan was taken aback and took a step back involuntarily. We're still here, let's level things up. With an expressionless face, Chuyi walked up to Wang Huyan. The current Chuyi, after being strengthened by the spider potion, is already quite strong at this moment. Just striding forward, it naturally brings a strong sense of oppression. Wang Huyan's feet were soft and he almost fell. He thought Chuyi was going to beat him here. But Chuyi took a deep breath and said, We Zonteng will enter the desktop MOBA field next, and then. He gave Wang Huyan a deep look and continued. Defeat your Net1 company's MOBA signature. Endless battle game. Wang Huyan was startled for a while. Then his face was gloomy and uncertain. He has been in the business world for many years, and he has always talked about business with a kindness. Even if there are tricks, he will greet him with a smile on the surface. How has he ever been like Chuyi, who has almost torn his face on the surface? This made Wang Huyan's face change, and he didn't know what to say for a while. Finally, he said with a dry smile, President Chu is indeed promising and courageous. I hope you will not regret it in the future. Without saying a word, Chuyi sat back at his desk and watched Wang Huyan leave with cold eyes. Ding Sanchi took a sip of coffee and laughed dumbly. Zonteng Company rejected our apology and said that we would start a war. This is really taking itself as a scallion in front of him. Wang Huyan's face was not very good looking. Indeed, it's just a small company. It seems that our Net1's attitude is too low. And this Chuyi actually thinks that they are qualified to wrestle with our net one. The young people are full of arrogance. Ding Sanchi shook his head with a smile. With undisguised contempt in his eyes, it seems that let us, the older generation, teach this stupefied young man some principles of how to behave in the world. Ding Sanchi said this, but suddenly couldn't help laughing. It's been a long time since I met such a funny kid. And I said on the spot, "Oh, beat our signature game." I really want to die laughing. He laughed out loud as if he had heard something funny. Hee. I don't know how high the sky is, the young man. The company has just improved a little. And his tail is about to go up. Vice President Wang Huyan also laughed. His Zunteng company is only a small mobile game company with only one mobile game in his hands. His ambitions are quite big. And he actually puts his mind on the PC market. Ding Sanchi still felt a little funny. Their Net 1 company has been a giant for many years. It emerged in the early days of the domestic internet and has always occupied a considerable market share. Over the years, NetEase has defeated countless opponents and finally stood in the top 3 and is a well-deserved giant. This small company is not worthy of our attention. It's just luck that it came up with the concept of free games. Since there is no reconciliation, it will be completely destroyed. Ding Sanchi's face was expressionless, and he had already sentenced Zunteng to death, however. Although their Zunteng company is not worth mentioning, we can still learn the strategy of this free game, haha. With the scale of our Net 1, if we implement a free strategy, how can such a small company that relies on free to attract players still have room to survive? Wang Huyan also echoed with a smile. Next, the next step of our company's strategy is to enter the PC side and develop the MOBA game League of Legends. With Chuya's words at the meeting, all the employees were stunned. Mr. Ch, isn't our Crossfire line just launched for more than a month? It's more reasonable to focus the company's focus on this game that is going to make money every day. Right? The staff in the seats were all incredible. Now Crossfire is still very popular. It can be said to be a cash cow. They have tasted the sweetness. They never thought that Chuyi would develop the next game so soon. Yet at present, our company relies on this Crossfire for profit. It is easy to be distracted by developing new games now. If it affects the popularity of Crossfire, it will not be worth the loss. And Mr. Chu, aren't we a mobile game company? Why do we want to enter the PC field? With our company's brand in the domestic mobile game market, is it not good to continue to develop new types of mobile games? Chuya listened to the speeches of these employees and remained calm. Your goals should be long-term, Chuya said in a deep voice, making the entire conference room quiet. I have never positioned our Zunteng company as a mobile game company. I've said it before, what we have to do is to change this era. To enter the PC field, and even enter the host field in the future, is our company's future strategy. His words made the employees look different. Some people think that Chuya is too ideal, and some people are heroic. Next, the opponent of our company's League of Legends game, or stepping stone as the signature of Net 1. MOBA game Endless Battles. This sentence once again caused an uproar. This old-fashioned game of Net 1 has been in the top of the PC game sales list for several years. It can even be said that it is an endless battle. And the profits support half of Net 1. The imaginary enemy of our company is actually such a huge thing. Some people feel incredible. Net 1 is Net 1. And our company's Crossfire. Didn't we also defeat Net 1's gunfight mobile game before? It's just a loser. The concepts of these two are different. We are now going to compete with the giants in this industry in the field that Net 1 is best at. Chuya's palm pressed down. Our meeting today is not to discuss the strength of Net 1. Today's topic is the promotion of the League of Legends game, including the launch of the official website and the production of promotional videos. What? Chuya's words made the employees a little confused again. This game has just been approved, and now it is ready to be promoted. Is it preparation and development work at the same time? The game hasn't been filmed yet, so development is the top priority. Almost every time Chuya speaks, he challenges the cognition of these employees and makes them emotionally fluctuated. Why do you have a meeting here? It's like a roller coaster. It's ups and downs. Some employees held a meeting while holding their hearts and hearts, which actually made them feel a stimulating sigh. And some old employees like the main beauty Liang Xia are all bright. Mr. Chu shouldn't have a god-level development team behind it like the previous Crossfire. The last time I crossed the line of fire was a mobile game. This time it was a PC MOBA game, the game type split forms. And game engines were inconsistent. The last time the god-level mobile game team may not have experience in making PC games. However, I still believe that President Chu has created a miracle in the game industry last time. And this time it will surely shock the industry. No matter what these employees think after the meeting. The company's focus was on the new game League of Legends. And this round of Zun Teng's publicity campaign has also caused a new round of discussion among the public. Zun Teng's new game, their company's efficiency is good. But they are developing new games so quickly. The new game is a MOBA game on the PC side. It's too big, but it's going to be messed up. The quality of the last Crossfire game was very good. And it was a phenomenal game. Zun Teng has a level. I don't think this time will let us down. The previous success of Crossing the Fire also brought a wave of loyal fans to Zun Teng. And there was a lot of discussion when hearing the news. It's just that some big companies in the industry are not optimistic about Zun Teng's new strategy. Sure enough, it's still a young man, it's too floating. Before Crossfire relied on a free-to-play gimmick. And it was too easy to succeed. As a result, this Chuyi immediately disappeared. Does this small company think that the PC game field is the same as the mobile game environment? I'm afraid it's not going to hit the head and break blood. Many games on the market now follow the free concept of Feng Zun Teng. They will develop games again. But they will no longer have enough attractive gimmicks like that Crossfire. Boss, the publicity CG you mentioned is really too difficult. We really can't do it. Chuyi sat in the office and looked at the several employees in front of him. Almost all of them had chicken coop heads and dark circles under their eyes. A few days ago, Chuya held a meeting and said that he would make a promotional CG video for the League of Legends game. But now these employees have given Chuya such an answer. My requirements are very high, Chuyi asked in surprise. It's not very high with the current team in our company. It's basically impossible to make such a CG within the required time. The leading designer with a chicken coop head sighed and said like this. Mr. Chu, you said before that in just a few minutes of publicity CG. You need to reflect a number of heroes with different fighting styles, plus a variety of environments, incisively and vividly fighting, and then reflect the gameplay, Mr. Chu. You have great ambitions, but during this period of time, when our company's team worked overtime, they only drove out the basic framework and modeled a few basic characters. If you really want to say, the current level of completion doesn't even reach the 5% you asked for. Mr. Chu, the designer of Jiwatu, said this, showing some modeling and CG videos of semi-finished products on the laptop screen. Chuya glanced at the screen. The current CG quality in his eyes can only be said to be passable. But the specific degree of completion made him a little blind. A total of 5 seconds of video was rendered for the modeling of the two main characters. This kind of progress will not catch up with the game's release time. Chuya also frowned, and Jarvis sent a message that in a few days, the official version of the League of Legends game would be handed over to him. Now the company's promotional video production is in trouble. Really can't do it. Chuya's face was also a little ugly. At the moment when he entered the gold fighting game in the Crossfire game, he expanded his recruitment again and spent a lot of money to form his own CG team. But now, it seems that this CG team can't meet his requirements. I really can't do it, Mr. Chu. We have already worked overtime. The designer of Jiwatu looked bitter, Mr. Chu. The project of the League of Legends game was established too quickly. Or else like our previous promotional video. All of them will be done with the actual game screen. The main beauty Liang Xia also said this. When they first heard that the League of Legends project was established, these employees were surprised. Liang Xia and others responded a little better. They had already seen the miracle created by Chu Yi. And this suggestion was also rejected by Chu Yi. Now that our company has sufficient funds, we naturally have to do top-level CG in order to obtain better publicity effects. Of course, the editing of the actual screen of the game should continue. But the priority should be placed after the CG film, Mr. Chu. I'm afraid it's too late to meet your requirements. Even if it is outsourced to a top-level team, in such a short period of time, it will not be able to meet your requirements. Jiwa 2 designer said a little angrily in his opinion. Chu Yi was a complete blind commander and gave him an impossible task. If it weren't for the high salary given by the company, maybe he would turn around and leave. Chu Yi tapped the armrest of the seat lightly and said, "Really, your efficiency is lower." Several Jiwa 2 designers were slightly startled, and their faces were a little unsightly. They did work overtime during this time, but it was practical to fail to complete the task. Then let me teach you what real technology is. Chu Yi said softly, this is not an unfinished task. In the remaining few days, I will take care of the CG promotional video, and you will be responsible for editing the promotional video for the actual screen of the game. Is it all right? No. The designer of Jiwa 2 was still a little unconvinced. However, they are employees after all, and they are paid to do things. And no one will question Chu Yi's decision in person. After leaving the door, they talked in a low voice. What did Mr. Chu use to make the CG promotional video? Outsource it to another team. But even a larger team couldn't finish it in such a short period of time. President Chu is really awesome, but he just takes it for granted. These things can't be done with money. The members of these CG teams are basically new to the job. They don't know enough about Chu Yi's deeds, and they all show disbelief, and some old employees, watching the discussion of these people, shook their heads and sighed. You guys, you are still too young. President Chu's energy is not something you can imagine. There should be a top-level development team behind President Chu. The previous Crossfire and the current League of Legends should all be in charge of this top-level team, said an old employee. Even if there is a top-level development team, this CG film will always take time to render. It can't be rushed. No matter how strong the team is, it's too late. The designers of Jiwa 2 insisted on their views. Then you can wait and see, the old employees said with a smile. They were very confident in Chu Yi. After closing the office door, Chu Yi opened the chat group window. Chu Yi at Jarvis. Your progress is too fast. The CG team at our company can't keep up with the production of the promotional video. Jarvis, I can fish if you want, slow down Chu Yi. Peter Parker, speaking of which League of Legends game, can I create a hero with my ability Spider-Man? That sounds pretty cool. Chu Yi was slightly taken aback. This idea was something he hadn't thought of before. I don't have to remake a previous League of Legends. In this world there are no characters like Spider-Man. So don't worry about copyright issues. It is completely possible to turn the League of Legends into a chaos of characters from all over the world. Of course, in the end, it still has to conform to the worldview of League of Legends. He smiled lightly and was about to reply. But when he saw the Red Queen type a line of words, he was speechless for a while. Red Queen, what's so cool? Peter Parker, listening to you, it seems like a very perverted ability. Peter Parker at Chu, you don't forget. You who take the spider potion also have this ability. System prompt, Peter Parker was silenced by the administrator for 10 minutes. Chu Yi, let's get down to business. Who can help me make a League of Legends CG? And I'll give out a red envelope in return. Dabi, I don't have enough computing power. Red Queen, Jarvis still has a development task. So it seems that this task can only be done by me. Then I will take the full text of the last book of Do Break the Sky. Chu Yi thought for a while. And in addition to sending Do Break the Sky, he also sent the memory of a CG movie of League of Legends he had watched before to the Red Queen. Chuyi, the CG can generally be designed according to the memory I gave. And of course it is more refined than the original version. With the CG memory as a reference, the Red Queen was faster this time, but after about 5 minutes. Chuyi sitting at the table just took a sip of coffee, and the Red Queen passed the finished CG. This efficiency is too scary. Chuyi was also taken aback. He was telling the employees just now that he wanted to show them what real technology was. As a result, when he turned his head, he was also taken aback by the black technology of the Red Queen. Red Queen with CG memory reference. The workload of making a game with Jarvis is much less. Rendering CG is also trivial in terms of my computing power. Chuyi can only hold his forehead. What else can he say? The level of AI of Red Queen and Jarvis is extremely scary. And the human power is basically incomparable. He directly copied the video to his computer to play. Chuyi couldn't help but nod his head. In general, it's still not too far from the CG memory I uploaded. But the accuracy of modeling and the realism of the simulated lighting in the bad environment are far beyond the former. Even with his critical ice thighs, CG is quite outstanding. After Alit is the work of AI in the future world. As a result, the CG is completed now. Forget it. Let's release this promotional video in a few days. Otherwise, the designers of the company will think that I made the CG in advance and make things difficult for them. 3 days later, members of the CG team, please come to President Chu's office. Listening to the assistant's notification, all the designers were a little confused. It's only been 3 days, and President Chu is looking for us. Could it be that President Chu has changed his mind? As I said before, even a top-level outsourced team can't produce a CG in such a short period of time. I think there should be people behind President Chu who knows top teams. But even top teams can't do this. So President Chu went around in a circle. He should have changed his mind and wanted to let our team make CG again. If President Chu really thinks this way, that's fine. We can ask to delay the progress for a while without having to work overtime. These designers discussed, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. As for Chuyi's finished CG promotional video in just a few days. This kind of outrageous thing. They have never thought about it. A group of people knocked on the door and entered Chuyi's office. However, the oncoming is Chuyi's inquiry. How is the completion of the actual video of the game? It's almost finished. The leading designer was stunned, and then he said, however, it's better to release the CG promotional video first. The actual screen promotional video of the game. And it is better as the second round of promotional videos. On the other hand, Chuyi gave a soft This reaction made the designers a little confused. How could it be this reaction? I mentioned the CG thing specifically, just to make President Chu realize the problem of CG production. But this reaction, what's the matter? Could it be that Chuyi consciously couldn't do what he promised to do a few days ago to get the promotional film done? And felt ashamed. While these designers were wildly guessing what Chuyi was thinking, they heard Chuyi speak lightly. Then you have to speed up the progress. Preferably within today, speed up. When they heard Chuyi's words, these designers were all confused. How about speeding up the progress? Isn't the most important thing to speed up now? Isn't the production of CG promotional films? Their hearts are madly complaining. One of the leading designers smirked and said, Mr. The progress of the CG promotional film should be the most important thing right now. Oh, and there's this, as if he just remembered this. Chuyi smiled lightly and directly projected the screen of his notebook onto the big screen. The CG promotional video has been completed. You can learn it, it's done just a few days. The employees were amazed. It shouldn't be overkill. It's just rendering low-quality CG animations. Could it be that in order not to lose face, President Chu is willing to use low-quality promotional videos without admitting his mistakes? These designers were still thinking in their minds. But when the first picture of the promotional video started, They were completely shocked, Yasuo the Windsword. Isn't this the only two hero models we've finished making? However, it seems that something is different. They couldn't help but get closer to the screen in front of them, wanting to see more clearly after seeing it clearly. Some designers trembled slightly all over, my god. The accuracy of this model is not comparable to what we have done before. Right, someone immediately exclaimed. Where is the same character? Can this texture be even more real, my god? The breeze blowing Yasuo's hair actually has this kind of head and shoulders effect. So smooth, what kind of machine was used to render this? These designers were completely shocked. They gathered around the big screen and pointed at the pictures in front of them. Fantastic this sound effect this lighting. How is this done? I don't even understand the principle. I feel that I have learned from the dog after so many years of work experience. In front of this promotional video, all my previous works are simply unsightly. The promotional video for a few minutes was quickly played. But these designers were still immersed in the amazement just now. One of them took out his phone and put up the 5-second CG they had rendered earlier. It's just that a few of them just glanced at it. And they all looked away with disgust. This is actually a work that we worked overtime and made before. Oh my god, it's too rough to blind my titanium alloy dog eyes. I feel the same way. I can't bear to look directly at it. I feel that in comparison what we do is simply a V image quality which is incomparable at all. What kind of rubbish? Take it away, I can't take it anymore. Why hurt my eyes and I actually made this thing? Comparing goods is to throw goods. People are more popular than people. And now I just want to die, these employees all sighed. Chuya's beautiful CG promotional video gave them a strong shock. Mr. Chu, can you play it again? Watching this promotional video is simply a pleasure. Some designers are excited. They are professional CG teams. They are also very happy when they see this top-quality finished CG with their own eyes. Mr. Chu's previous request was actually perfectly reflected in this short propaganda video of just a few minutes. Reflecting a number of heroes with different fighting styles, coupled with a variety of environments, incisively and vividly fighting, and then reflecting the gameplay. These demanding requirements are actually perfectly displayed. Every time these people watch the video, they are full of admiration. But they are more and more ashamed, especially just now. The person who was still guessing that Chuya loved his face even blushed and was speechless. You can copy the CG back and watch it slowly, but for now, let's talk about the CG team. Chuya looked at their reactions with a smile and was very pleased with it. You thought this was an impossible task before. Do you think you can only develop to 5% completion within this time period? Didn't I just make it here? And the level is still acceptable. Every word of Chu Yi is like a heavy hammer, making these designers more and more ashamed. If this quality of CG is okay, what is their previous work? They were almost ashamed. And when they remembered what they had said before, they felt ashamed. Okay, I see that you also have sincere reflections. Let's study hard in the future. Let's work hard today and make a promotional video of the actual screen editing of the game. Chuya said so. Yes, President Chu, these designers, whose eyes are higher than the top on weekdays, are all fearful at the moment, just like elementary school students listening to the teacher's reprimand. After these employees left, they all started working desperately like chicken blood. In the end, it was impossible to hand over the promotional video of the actual screen of the game before leaving get off work in the afternoon. Chuya looked at the heavy traffic outside the floor-to-ceiling window, and his heart suddenly became heroic. The next step is the final step of the publicity strategy, the release of the promotional video. However, don't be in such a hurry this time. You can spend a few days talking about advertising positions and spending all the publicity funds. Chuya suddenly remembered that when he released his first Crossfire, he only had 5 million, of which the actual propaganda funds were only more than 2 million. In the end, it also relied on boldly showing a short film for a few minutes in the central building, plus the gimmick of the first free game. With such a small amount of money, it successfully became a hot spot at that time. Now is not what it used to be. Chuyi glanced at the financial report on the table and sighed in his heart. Crossfire, which has been online for more than a month, is basically at the top of the best-selling list of mobile games. And this means more than 300 million monthly running water. As for Zunteng, the development basically relies on Wanji AI behind Chuyi. And the number of employees of the company is also different from that of large companies. Therefore, the actual monthly profit of the company even exceeds 200 million. Chuyi, on the other hand, boldly changed the company's policy and directly invested nearly 100 million in the promotion of the new game League of Legends. What is the concept of 100 million publicity expenses? For some large-scale games that claim to be high investment, the development funds may not exceed 100 million. On the other hand, Chuyi completely saved the development cost and invested a lot of money in publicity. In 3 days, let's make the League of Legends game known to everyone. Chuyi gave the order like this, and after that, the entire Zunteng company also went into full swing. In a short period of timing, the city where Chuyi is located, it can be said that the advertisement of League of Legends has penetrated into all aspects of people's lives. Bus, subway, giant screen in the landmark center building, Weibo platforms, long video platforms, and the most popular short video apps and self-media platforms have been flooded with League of Legends advertisements for a while. In the past few days, people traveling as long as they look up can see advertisements about League of Legends. In other cities in Daxia, although the coverage rate is not so high, it has also started the popularity of the game. And this huge propaganda campaign has also brought good results. What's going on with this promotional video? Isn't it really a clip from the movie? The picture quality is too beautiful. Death is like the wind, always with me. So pretend, but it sounds cool, but it's still pretend. Just be cool enough, Yasuo, the swordsman of the blast. This character is so cool. I will definitely be the first to choose, pull it. The future number 1 Yasuo in the national service has already been decided by me. I've seen this kind of fake advertisements on the website many times. They all use the exquisite CGs of some large-scale games as advertisements for my own spam page games. I have seen through them for a long time. They are all liars. No, this is the logo of Zunteng, their new PC game. I remember that the project was just approved some time ago. And now the official version of the game will be released in 3 days. It seems that they have put a lot of thought into making games. They shouldn't be in a hurry. You can see that the CG is so beautiful. It has completely exploded other big companies. Laughing to death, CG can pay for outsourcing. Does it have anything to do with the quality of the game? It's just burning money to make a CG. When the game is officially released, it will die violently. For a time, regardless of reality and the internet, League of Legends has a very high degree of discussion. In the streets and alleys of the city, some children even imitated the actions and lines of the characters in the promotional film. Oh, the hot search has reached the top again. I hope it can continue to be maintained until the day our game is released. It can detonate the entire network. Although there are a lot of doubts, it doesn't matter. As long as the game is officially released 3 days later, all doubts will disappear. Chuyi sat in his office and looked at the computer screen of the border inspector with satisfaction. The most popular search hit really is our League of Legends. Second, it is Zunteng Company, which has won the top 2, which is gratifying. 8th is it Yasuo, the swordsman of the wind. Unintentionally through high-quality CG. He first made a hero popular. Seeing this, Chuyi couldn't help laughing. And it was probably unintentional. But when he saw the 9th place, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. 9th, it is Chuyi, the founder of Zunteng Company. What's the matter? I'm not as hot as Yasuo. Chuyi was a little dumbfounded. Net 1 Company. Ding Sanchi sat in the conference room, listening to his subordinates report with a red face. Mr. Ding, this is our company's financial report this month. After a number of adjusted free-to-play games, The profit has increased by 10% to 50%. And the profit of Endless Battle has increased by 30%. The number of daily active players is also rising steadily. And the number of new players has nearly tripled. It can be said that our Endless Battle game has a second spring. The person in charge of the Endless Battle game is also full of smiles. Ding Sanchi's face was red and he was in a good mood before. They also learned from the experience of Zunteng Company and promoted the game to be permanently free. Although he received some boycotts from old paying players at first. After Ding Sanchi announced that the old players gave away shopping mall props, the dissatisfaction gradually disappeared. And what makes Ding Sanchi happiest is the influx of new players. Now the Endless Battle has entered its 5th year-end in fact. Most of them are supported by some old players. But after it was free, many new players also began to enter the Endless Battle, which made Ding Sanchi feel more and more that their game still has quite high popularity. Although that Chuya's brain is not very easy to use. He dares to have a confrontation with us. But his free system is still a bit interesting, however. At this time, they also received news that League of Legends will be released soon. And Ding Sanchi's reaction was dismissive. League of Legends will be released in 3 days. Want to beat our Net 1 in desktop MOBA, our home game? Ding Sanchi looked away from the report and looked again at the data of the signature game Endless Battle. Zunteng Company is a piece of shit. Is it qualified to compare with us, compared with these? It is more interesting to look at the daily rising data during this period. Vice President Wang Huyan was also in his office. And when he saw the report on League of Legends, he also laughed. These subordinates are actually distracted by these unrelated little things. I will teach them a lesson when I look back. And after he said these words, Ding Sanchi rejected his meaning with a smile. Pharaoh, in fact, this matter is quite interesting. Don't they want to fight us? Then we'll just do it and destroy them completely on the day they release the game. Ding Sanchi smiled. But the words he said were full of chills. What does President Ding mean? Wang Huijin was slightly taken aback. Ding Sanchi laughed and said, our online company is a giant in the industry for many years. The games in hand are the youth of generations of players. And our current signature MOBA game Endless Battle is approaching its 5th anniversary, no isn't it? Instruct the propaganda department to hurry up to do the relevant propaganda work. And the copywriting will play the emotional card. To plan a grand event it must be grand. And the rewards for returning old players should be generous. In short, we have to work hard on this day. In this way, this League of Legends can be crushed head-on. Mr. Ding is brilliant. Wang Huyan quickly agreed with a smile. Net 1 has been a giant for many years. And its scale is much larger than that of Zunteng. Now that Ding Sanchi has given an order, the promotion of the 5th anniversary event in 3 days is also overwhelming. 3 days later, at the 5th anniversary celebration of Net 1's old MOBA game, old players will return to send out-of-print fashion. For 5 years I have been in that battlefield, waiting for your return, comrade in arms. Come back to this endless battle. The endless battle of the Net 1 giant system ushered in a prosperous celebration. Exciting events are waiting for you. And this wave of Net 1's activities has also been chasing hot spots. And the self-media that likes to catch wind and shadows smells extraordinary. The old MOBA game has endless battles. And the rookie League of Legends who is stronger or weaker. Endless Battle chose to hold a large-scale event on the day of the release of League of Legends. Does this mean that Net 1 is going to suppress Zunteng? Boom, 2 MOBA games are facing each other. Will the old giant Wang Yi winner the rookie Zunteng Company? The founder of Wanji Company, after seeing such news on the internet, not only did not get angry but laughed out loud. These self-media I didn't expect to do good things this time. Why didn't I expect it? The production of fishing reels will form a situation where our Net 1 and Zunteng will compete against each other. At that time the Ying family will be more prosperous. And the losers will be even more Blake. Ding Sanchi waved his hand. But he never thought that he might lose in the first round. Not only did he not stop the rumors from the media, but he added fuel to the flames and vaguely promoted this point of view for a time. Several groups of keywords appeared on the internet's hot search list again. Net 1 vs Zunteng. The old game Endless Combat vs the Rookie League of Legends. For a while the wind was surging, and the dispute between these two games actually blew up the entire network. It's this exciting time again. And there are still 5 minutes before the server starts. Chuyi sat in the office, watching the background data of the game. The number of downloads exceeded 8 million. It's actually higher than the 5 million of the previous mobile game Crossfire. Chuyi was a little surprised. Mobile games and computer games are completely different concepts. The capacity of mobile games is smaller. And in this information age, mobile phones are basically one per person. And even more than one is common, but computers. A larger game is basically a few gigabytes or a dozen gigabytes. Just downloading it is enough to exhaust the patience of many people. Therefore, the downloads of general desktop games are actually not as good as mobile games. Well, this wave of assists from Net 1 company is quite sick. At this time, they chose to face our company. Chuyi also saw the news about Wang Yi and Zunteng fighting. His attitude coincides with Ding Sanchi's. And he likes it all, haha. A 5-year-old game is more attractive than our new game. I'm afraid it's just to attract popularity to our League of Legends. Chuyi felt a burst of laughter. As an old game that has been online for many years, even old players who have been out of the pit for many years will have a certain understanding of this game. However, their Zunteng company is a brand new game with limited information before its release. And no one knows what it will look like. Like a player who really wants to compare the pros and cons of these two games. He will try out the endless battle of Net 1 before today. And after getting a preliminary understanding of the endless battle, his curiosity will also be placed on our hero. This side of the leg. The Net 1 company has really assisted this time. And it is completely draining us. Chuyi smiled and said that he is also full of confidence in his League of Legends. The phenomenal games of the previous life have even changed the public's view of esports, allowing esports to move to a larger stage from now on. This level of game, will it be comparable to the endless battle of Net 1? It's almost time prepare to start the server. Pay attention to the status of the server. And don't be attacked by hackers again. It's Saturday, it's a good time don't you go out. Head of the room in a certain university dormitory. A fat young man with a slightly chubby figure asked another thin young man with a smile. But the headmaster smiled slightly, aren't you going out? Today is such a big day. Of course you have to enter the game as soon as possible. Their dormitory after the release of the Crossfire game has become a die-hard fan of Zunteng. Now that Zunteng has released a new game, they naturally want to play it for the first time. Speaking of the room manager, I remember that you were a PC player before. So have you ever played the endless battle of the old MOBA of Net 1 company? Fat Dragon asked boredly, did you see the latest news too? I did. The head of the room smiled lightly and directly showed Fei Long his computer desktop. On the screen the two most striking icons are juxtaposed. League of Legends Sand Endless Battle, it's unbelievable. The head of the room you are stepping on two boats. Fat Dragon's eyes widened, in fact. I'm also a fan of Net 1 company for many years. Many of their games including this endless battle are all my lost youths. The head of the room suddenly sighed with emotion, and then continued. So if I feel that Zunteng's League of Legends is not fun, I will go back to playing endless battles. The event rewards on the endless battle side are also very rich. I don't want to miss it. You're also betraying the revolution with your thick eyebrows and big eyes. Didn't you agree to play League of Legends together? Fat Dragon was a little resentful. This is called merit-based admission. And it depends on which game is more fun. But speaking of endless battles, I've been fighting for many years. Of course, I'll play League of Legends with you first. The headmaster said with a smile while they were chatting. It was time for the League of Legends server to start, and they quickly entered the main interface of the game. Let's not say anything else about Zunteng. The user interface is so beautiful. Just like the previous Crossfire, NetEase's endless battle is incomparable with this interface. The head of the room has been a high-level player for many years and has already begun to appreciate it. Stop BB, let's form a team first. Fat Long said impatiently. Let's form a team to fight the man-machine first, Fat Dragon. Haven't you ever played MOBA games if you're such a jerk? If you play against others, you'll definitely be rewarded. Between the two laughing and cursing, they had already entered the games. The quality of this picture is good. It's even better than the previous Crossfire. Should it be said that it is a computer game after all? The Fat Dragon was the first to marvel, it's not bad. In terms of picture quality, I feel that Wangya's endless battles don't seem to be comparable. The headmaster also looks surprised. The new game, the engine and technology are more advanced. It is definitely better than the engine of Endless Battle 5 years ago. The quality of the picture is definitely better. But the most important thing in the game is to see if it is fun or not. By the way, isn't it your first time getting into MOBA games? Fat Dragon, I doubt that you will hold me back. The head of the room stared at the screen, critically looking at the game from all angles, trying to find a part that was inferior to endless battles. But for now, he still has nothing. It's okay, I have passed the beginner's tutorial just now. The Fat Dragon said carelessly, tutorial for beginners. Forget it, you're happy. The room chief was speechless for a while, of course. MOBA games can't be mastered just through a novice tutorial. Then I'll go to the jungle, you can play as you like Inua. In the end, it's up to me as a high-level player to decide the outcome. The head of the room said narcissistically. Then the head of the room happily played a monster in the wild. Well, it's quite cool to fight and the movements are smooth. This is better than endless battles. I'm looking forward to how gorgeous scenes will be during team battles. The head of the room was tasting again. In the interval between the monsters being refreshed, he opened the store and planned to study the hero's outfit ideas. It's just that when the equipment store opened, he was almost blinded by the dazzling array of equipment icons. So much equipment. It's not less than the endless battles that have been in operation for 5 years. Right, it's not weak at all at this point, moreover. There are different recommended equipment for each hero. This is really good news for newcomers. This is more humane than the endless battles that rely on one's own exploration. The head of the room was a little surprised. He was a fan of the two games and kept comparing the pros and cons of the two games. But the results surprised him, however. If you are a high-level player like me, how can you use the system to recommend outfits, of course? You still need to study more in-depth and awesome outfits. With this thought in mind, the head of the room stopped the characters in the field and carefully studied the equipment store. This equipment is cost-effective, but it is more suitable for explosive heroes. Although this equipment is a bit more expensive, but the increase in damage is very high, it is still worth it. Before he knew, Ith was immersed in it. And even 20 minutes passed at once, then he was suddenly woken up by Fat Dragon's excited scream. The power of Demacia kill, what 5 kills just you? The head of the room, who had been researching equipment, was startled all of a sudden glimpsed at the time. And more than 20 minutes had passed. No, even after so long, aren't you a newcomer, Fat Dragon? How can you get 5 kills? The head of the room looked a little complicated. And he couldn't believe it. He still remembered that when he just started the endless battle of Net 1 a few years ago. He was also a newbie who didn't understand anything. And his first Gameth record also made the head of the room, who has always prided himself on playing Haunted. 0 kills and 13 deaths. This is the record of the self-proclaimed head of the room. Although it is a bit shocking, it is actually normal for newcomers to MOBA games, and now. The Fat Dragon, who is also cute and new, has actually won the 5 kills. I don't believe it. Unless you scald your pee with boiling water. The head of the room shook his head. and the target glanced at the game panel then froze. It was really killing and only once. This game is a man-machine mode. Is it because the difficulty of AI is too low? The head of the room was a little crazy. He couldn't bear the self-proclaimed self-playing himself, and was compared by Fat Dragon, who basically only played mobile games. He stood up, regardless of his character, and came to the Fat Dragon's seat, wanting to see his operation at this moment. A killing sound came from the computer again. Fat Dragon actually killed another enemy hero at this time, and he howled again with excitement, Demasha. Could it be that Fat Dragon is such a talented genius? How could he have such a record? The head of the room was a little stunned, but when he took a closer look, he shook his head in disappointment. Fat Dragon's hands are slow, and sometimes he even presses the wrong keys. He doesn't look like a genius at all. I really don't know how you got this kind of record. Do you know what equipment is? Do you know what operation is? The head of the room asked repeatedly. He was going crazy. Equipment? Isn't there a way to recommend equipment for newbies? I just played that way and it feels pretty good. Fat Dragon replied casually. What about the operation? How did you kill so many people? Oath system reminded me to hide in the grass before, so I ambushed some heroes with residual blood inside. When the Fat Dragon said this, there was another hero with residual blood passing by on the screen. He directly put a big move on it and operated it. A gorgeous killing effect pops up directly on the interface. Super God, kill 8 people in a row, take another head. This game is really fun. The Fat Dragon was very excited and shouted. It should be because the difficulty of AI is low. When this game is over, let's have a player versus player mode. The head of the room is still a little unwilling, but he is not willing to be compared by the Fat Dragon.